I don't. Good morning, it's 8 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. According to the top stories, His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, has arrived in Beijing on an official visit to China. The aim is to strengthen bilateral ties and expand cooperation across key sectors. The visit reflects the shared commitment of the UAE and China to deepen their strategic partnership. It also focuses on boosting investment and economic cooperation. Amid regional tensions and pressure on shipping routes, keeping supermarket shelves stocked has become a key challenge. Supply chains are being adjusted to ensure essential goods continue reaching the UAE. DP World is prioritizing critical cargo and working with government closely and industry partners to keep imports moving. Ahmed Yusuf Al Hassan, the CEO and Managing Director of the DP World GCC, said the focus is on essential first, and this includes food, pharmaceuticals, and agricultural supplies. The U.S. military says it will begin a blockade of Iranian ports at 10 a.m. Eastern Time today, raising tensions despite a temporary ceasefire. U.S. President Donald Trump said the two-week truce with Iran is holding well after weekend talks in Islamabad failed to reach a breakthrough. Iran has warned it will retaliate against any military vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. That's the latest news for now. For more news, you can check it out on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM. My name's Tim Elliott. Good morning. So phishing, phishing, now drives over 75% of cyber breaches in the United Arab Emirates. How safe is your business? That's the question we're asking and hopefully trying to answer next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. Good morning. So, phishing now drives more than 75% of cyber breaches in the United Arab Emirates. And the sad fact is that finance teams are firmly in the crosshairs. Now, as fraud tactics grow even more sophisticated, the risk is shifting from IT to the people approving payments. Almost the human firewall, I suppose, is one phrase that we've seen used. Joining us this morning is Kush Ahuja. He's from the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Joins me in the studio. Kush, good to meet you.
Likewise. Thank you, Michael.
Very good to have you here. So, look, phishing, 75% of cyber breaches, that's the headline. The strategy, though, has kind of shifted. Hackers are no longer just trying to break the software. They're kind of trying to break the person in some ways. Then I suppose that's like a new priority for finance leaders. It's not just about the IT teams, is it?
Well, you look at it first, when you think of phishing, think of somebody like a con artist who's standing at your doorstep and trying to get your sensitive information in every which way possible.
Sure.
And if you think of it that way, there's four things that arise out of that. That this is a person trying to get into your house, not just your finance team, if you are a corporate. The finance team, however, is very well placed because they go across departments. They are connected across marketing, sales, so on and so forth. So they have a good full picture. You have to remember that when fraud, phishing, some of these things happen, they don't just impact any one of these departments. They impact the business, its ability to make profit, the liabilities that arise. The CFO or the finance team are actually very well placed to look into some of these pieces, also because it impacts a lot of their areas, including legal, including compliance, including reporting, including risk management, and which is why finance teams, they are very well placed to be looking into all of this. It's not just an IT piece. It's actually become organizational in nature.
There certainly has been a shift, hasn't there? So 3/4 of cyber breaches start with a simple phishing attempt, that kind of dangling the bait. We often think of hackers as kind of tech wizards. That's kind of the image, isn't it? But there's an element of kind of psychology, almost master psychology in this. Why is it that the finance team has become like a VIP target for attacks that are socially engineered?
So, Michael, it's changed. Last year, ACC conducted a huge piece of research into combating fraud in a perfect storm. And when we look at earlier, there used to be cybercrime, there was governance gaps, and then came in AI.
Gotcha.
Right? And AI used to move separately in order to create that deception. And this is no longer working in silos that, hey, I'm looking at cybercrime and the next person is looking at governance gaps and the next person is leveraging AI as a technology. This has become kind of an industrialized endeavor, combining all three, which attacks the organization as a whole. And it is clear that AI is actually putting all the scale and speed into it, while the measures in order to prevent it are always catching up because it's so innovative. You have to remember that with every attempt that is made to perpetrate fraud using AI, the systems are continuously getting smarter, whether successful or unsuccessful, but the next time they will be better.
I want to come back and talk to you about AI use in fraud in a minute, because I mean we've gone so past the era of those badly spelled emails from princes that we're kind of used to. Phishing today is hyper-personalized. It references real trade licenses, for example, very often, or diesel price fluctuations, whatever it is. Right now it's using we've seen a lot more recently because of current tensions in the region, the idea that you need to create a false sense of urgency, heightened expectation for finance teams. I want to ask you this. What does a modern fraud attempt look like in a UAE business today, and how is it different from what finance teams dealt with, say, 3 years ago, 5 years ago?
So, Tim, when you look at UAE, this is not limited by geography as longer any such, because the perpetrators and the targets could be sitting in any part of the world. UAE is obviously one of the most global countries, Dubai specifically, where we sit. And we've seen a significant surge. When you look at 5 to 6 years ago, you have seen a significant surge in high precision targets.
Right.
Right? So somebody would be looking at a CEO, somebody would be looking at a decision maker. And this has gone beyond far than what you just mentioned earlier, generic spam. This is no longer just spam.
Yeah.
It is now deeply personalized. People will study you and fraud will happen, supplier impersonation, things like these are going to start happening. And these are particularly devastating because what they're exploiting is trust. They're just not exploiting only systems. And the integration of voice, or what we call as AI-assisted phishing, where somebody impersonates your voice, has made these deceptions so difficult to detect just by the naked ear. Our research that I was referring to at the beginning actually confirms that cyber-enabled deception is now the most prevalent form of fraud that is taking place. And it's not just because of the technology. It's because the financial risk and the reputational damage that comes from these is absolutely immense. And again, remember that with each attempt, these systems continue to better themselves. Now, this is very different from what used to happen 5 years ago.
No, it's hugely different. So scams like AI voice generation, much more common than they were. Supplier impersonation. I mean, the simple fact is we're all now, I think pretty much all of us, 99% of us, in some way or another, are on social media. We leave a digital footprint. There are little clues that people can pick up on, aren't there?
Very true.
Yeah. Finance teams are like the last line of defense before payments are authorized. What are the most common control failures being exploited, Kush?
Tim, that's a good question because I'll take a slightly different view on that one. I think finance teams are actually the first line of defense and not the last.
Okay, fine.
And the most common control failures exploited are no longer bugs in the system, or they're actually about how companies are managing trust, how companies are managing data, and how companies are managing their own culture. Okay. So people have gotten a lot more sophisticated. And fraud is not just happening because there's a failure of control in one place. It is happening because there's a larger cultural problem within organizations than an occasional human error that could take place that somebody's taken advantage of. So as finance professionals, we look at a fraud triangle. The fraud triangle is that you have the opportunity, you have the motive, and you are a dishonest person. Because somebody's got to really think that I want to commit fraud. It just doesn't happen by accident. Now, if these three are present, then you've got issues brewing in the organization because you've left out, there's a dishonest person on board. He's got a motivation and you've provided the opportunity. Now, in our research, we came across that 62% of the finance professionals, they say that they would like more training on how to detect fraud. But at the same time, only 57% came back saying that the companies are actually going out and proactively looking for, is there fraud taking place? And, I might have alluded to this a bit earlier, but it should be observed that it should not be a siloed accountability because we mentioned finance teams. When perpetration happens, it can happen in your purchasing team, it can happen in your sales team, so on and so forth. And finance is in a good place, but what is essentially important is somebody to look at the bigger picture so that there's no one person just looking at fraud prevention in an organization, but rather it's built into the culture itself.
Well, which makes sense, doesn't it? That shares the risk. What if you have the person in charge who perhaps isn't the most honest person in an organization? There's another doomsday scenario. Where do failures typically happen? Is it approval processes? Is it verification? Is it internal communication? Is it a mix?
It's quite a mix. And, I talked about combating fraud in a perfect storm, what we did last year in November. And one of the key findings that came up was that business leaders need to look at fraud from a big picture perspective. It can no longer be looked at, hey, is this person doing something or is that person doing something? So to answer your question, all three, failures in approval processes, failures in verification steps, and failures in what I call as shared accountabilities or siloed accountability, so internal communication. It's important. For instance, a fear of finding out the real thing, or what we call as FOFO,
Okay.
is very real because people will avoid calling out red flags unless there is a trust in the system that something is going to be done about it and I'm not the one who is going to be put on the line because I found something out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So accountability is part of the issue, isn't
Oh,
it?
yes.
In some
It's the culture, Tim, like we talked.
Yeah. For ages, cybersecurity has been kind of an IT problem, hasn't it? That's where it kind of sat.
Yeah.
Right? But if a breach happens because, let's say, your accountant clicked a link or a fake invoice got approved or something, that's now a finance governance issue, isn't it, rather than a technical issue? And that's how it needs to be viewed, I guess.
Tim, again, with the size and scale of operations today, the fact that somebody would click on an unverified link can happen anywhere in the organization. It just does not need to target the finance teams because systems are all integrated.
Right.
So you could very well send this out to anyone at all and not just the finance team. But yes, the implications are very well financial. So that is where the finance teams actually come in because they are the ones who have views of what is happening to financial data, what is happening to risk, what is happening to reporting, what's the liabilities that can get created out of it. So while you may have an IT vertical, but all of these verticals need to talk to each other because today the spammers are not going to send out a spam only to the finance team. They can send it out to anyone.
It's a numbers game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. ACCA, the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants, has been evolving professional standards for, well, it's an ongoing process, the ethical frameworks as well. How does training a finance professional in 2026, given everything we've discussed so far, how does it differ from? It seems amazing to say 2016 was a decade ago, but let's go back a decade. To there.
Look, I believe that whatever you learn when you're going through a qualification should be relevant when you finish it. And ACC is constantly updating its education standards, professional standards, ethical frameworks to make sure that what our members are getting is the most up-to-date and relevant qualifications. There are research-driven syllabus reviews happening. We incorporate emerging technologies like AI and data analytics. We ensure that people know about sustainability reporting and whatever other evolving global standards coming in around accounting. Now, it just doesn't end there. What we are also looking at is that the people who have already qualified, they also still need to be at the cutting edge in order to be able to deliver. So we've got something called continuing professional education or continuing professional development, which all of our members need to go through on an annual basis. Next year, we're introducing a major update, what we call our innovation in learning and assessment. And the ACCA qualification is actually getting redesigned in order to look at future-proof skills, incorporation of AI, technology, sustainability, and employability. Now, this updated structure is going to feature new interactive learning experiences. It's going to enhance practical skill sets and application, and a simplified pathway on how to go through the qualification. Pardon me. This redesign ensures that the qualification remains relevant for a profession which is ever evolving and with support for existing students as they go through it.
Can we take an example? You talked about AI a number of times for obvious reasons, and AI is being used to draft these perfect kind of error-free phishing emails. It's in multiple languages. The approach is really smart. From one perspective, how does ACCA training the next generation of accountants, how does it work when it comes to spotting AI-generated deception when it is so 100% authentic to so many eyes,
I think that fraud professionals, Tim, overall are equipped to manage fraud through a combination of stuff. It's not just pinpointing what is AI-generated. They've got the technical accounting knowledge. They have exposure to forensic accounting techniques. They have got the professional skepticism because that is built into how they are trained through the qualification. And they also develop certain key skills like analyzing financial data, assessing risk, looking at how organizations are managed, what is the management framework. They also understand things like regulatory compliance, anti-money laundering, and they have a touch of being able to leverage digital tools themselves like Python, SQL, being able to see where there are anomalies in data in order to find out if fraud has happened or if there's something going wrong. So it's not about looking at a specific instance, but about being systemic about it in the nature that, is this looking a little off track? Do I need to investigate this a little further? This data doesn't seem right to me. I need to look further into it. And that is where professional skepticism and all of those pieces come in, because when you look at the larger picture, you can drill down into where the issues are.
You see, it's hard that, because if I had an email the other day from my phone telecoms provider, and it was, your bill is due. So I thought, oh, fine. So I looked at the bill and I thought, I don't recognize that number, but it was clearly a really well-made AI-generated scam. At least I think it was, because I don't have any of the numbers. So I didn't click anything. I went to my bank account where it's all set up, and I thought, well, I wonder if there is a bill due, and maybe there's a mistake somewhere. There wasn't. So my policy is I just ignore stuff, because I figure if you want your money, you're going to ask me again, and then I'll pay it, and it will work out in the end. But if you're at work, and it's incumbent on you to get stuff done, and there's the pressure of getting things done. You need to have the skills, the kind of the savvy, the mindset, don't you?
Yeah.
In order to manage that fraud and manage the cyber risk as effectively as you can. And I think that's something that I wonder how you encourage that, how you inculcate that, how you teach that to the up and coming generation, if you like.
Tim, that's an excellent point. A lot of people would step onto that path because there's immense pressure. Can I find a shortcut to doing something?
Sure.
Right. And I think this is where it's very important for the culture or the processes or the controls that have been set up in an organization to come into their own. Most of the time when we look at the whole business, it is necessary to strengthen controls. And a lot of people look at controls as if it's something draconian and it's going to stop us from being efficient, and can I get this done faster? And I think which is where leaders create that culture within the business, that controls should not be seen as restrictive in nature, but as the proper safeguards for conducting checks and balances. They are the things that are actually helping us to enhance efficiency. They're fostering investor confidence. If you don't have the right controls, which investor is going to trust your books or the numbers that you're saying if you want to raise money? These controls are also enabling us to take informed decisions, because they ensure that the data that you have on which you're relying is actually correct. It's trustworthy. And in the end, this actually enhances the prospects for a business if you've got the right processes and controls, not diminish them, because it builds that trust and safety of that environment within which you function.
Because we've got about three minutes, and I'm wondering if you can offer some simple, practical kind of controls that I guess a smaller finance team can implement, and that is relatively simple to implement quite quickly.
Yeah. I think when it comes to smaller companies, one of the things that they need to look at is that resources are limited. But still proportional resources should be given in order to reduce finance risk. And what are some of the ways of doing this? You could start with a simple review of within your finance team. So what was the last time that you sat down with your finance team to conduct a fraud risk review? We get so embroiled in everyday stuff that we don't take our time and do this. The second thing that you could do is that what are the things in the business or the environment in which you're functioning that have changed since the last time that you reviewed fraud risk? Has your business changed? Because we all pivot very quickly these days. Have your systems and processes changed? Where might you have introduced weaknesses in the new system? So look at these simple pieces, and I think small businesses can look at segregation of duties so that the same person is not approving and making. The second thing is to look at conducting regular audits, have verification procedures, and specifically on the payments and supplier side, I would say for small businesses to prevent losses.
What's the single most important step we could all take? So finance teams, I guess it applies to all of us in lots of ways, doesn't it? And it's worth bringing people who aren't finance professionals in, because we all need this. But what's the simple step we could all take now to reduce fraud exposure, do you think? What would you say?
So, Tim, one thing is to take it seriously. And most people take it seriously only when it happens to them.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And before that, it's all about, hey, it's happening to somebody else.
Yeah.
So be vigilant. You've given a very good example earlier of you looking out for that payment on your phone where the provider was asking you. You were vigilant. Now somebody else may have just gone ahead and made that
I just didn't want to pay it, Kush. That's all it was. I just thought, 200 dirhams for what?
Yeah. Secure your data. Secure your data. Spend time to read. Educate yourself. And I would say, get your anti-fraud culture right if you're within a corporate.
That makes a lot of sense. So if you're a certified accountant now, you're kind of a certified cyber defender as well, in disguise with a cape kind of thing.
I'd like to think of it like that.
That's a good way to think about it. I appreciate it. Look, it's been good to talk to you this morning. Kush Ahuja is from the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, joining us here at Mira Business FM. Kush, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Appreciate your time. The news is next.
Mira Business FM.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, has arrived in Beijing on an official visit to China. The trip aims to strengthen bilateral ties and expand cooperation across key sectors. The visit reflects the shared commitment of the UAE and China to deepen their strategic partnership. It also focuses on boosting investment and economic cooperation. The U.S. military says it will begin a blockade of Iranian ports at 10 a.m. Eastern time today and raising tensions despite a temporary ceasefire. U.S. President Donald Trump said the two-week truce with Iran is holding well after weekend talks in Islamabad failed to reach a breakthrough. Iran has warned it will retaliate against any military vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Oil prices jumped in early trading today. This comes amid rising Middle East tensions and fears of supply disruptions. U.S. benchmark West Texas Intermediate climbed over 8% to about $105 a barrel. Brent crude also rose nearly 8% to 103 almost. And meanwhile, Murban crude slipped slightly. Natural gas prices edged higher. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading slightly over $71,000. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.42 Indian rupees, 75.90 Pakistani rupees, 33.41 Bangladeshi taka, 16.44 Philippine peso, 14.50 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's the morning drive here at Mira Business FM. Coming up, we have a ceasefire at the moment in the region, of course, but the supply chain issues that we've seen are not over yet. We're going to be talking about that next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. There may be a ceasefire in place. Talks obviously over the weekends that we're waiting to get some kind of positive resolution from, of course. But the ceasefire is still in position, if you like. But it doesn't mean that global supply chains are back to the way they were yet. Tensions around the Strait of Hormuz continue to create uncertainty for businesses. There are ongoing risks to shipping routes, rising freight costs. Suppliers, of course, are adjusting prices in response to instability. Sam Achapong is the Regional Director at the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. And he's with me to unpack, I suppose, why procurement can't yet move as if the crisis is over, and also to look at what businesses should be watching slightly more closely in the weeks ahead. So, Sam, welcome, first of all.
Thank you, Tim. Thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here.
You're very welcome. I said to you just now, if I'm honest, I didn't know there was a Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, but I know, so good that we do have one. I want to jump straight in, and if you can kind of contextualize for me, just to start with, how serious is the current instability around the Strait of Hormuz for global supply chains right now?
Great question. I'll come on to that. And just to address your first observation, yeah, we've had this Chartered Institute since 1932, so been around for a while.
It's just that I'm behind the times, not you.
And in this region for a while. But no, I think let's talk strictly supply chains here. I mean, right. Geopolitically, yes, the situation is fluid. But from a supply chain perspective, there's no marked change in the supply chain situation in response to the ceasefire. And that's the reality. So right. The Strait of Hormuz being a global choke point as far as supply chains are concerned, there's been no significant movement in that particular area. So therefore, the considerations that were there before are still apparent.
Yeah, so procurement teams can't act as though the crisis period is over. There's still kind of a heightened sense of this is a fluid situation.
Absolutely, it's fluid, and to be honest, I think when this situation abates, and it will, one way or another, there is still a supply chain adjustment period that will necessarily happen in any case. Look, supply chains are incredibly resilient in any case, and any choke point or any area that does get choked, naturally, new supply chains will develop. We actually, in the more modern terms, we tend to call them supply webs because one chain or one link gets broken, a new one will emerge. But that takes time, and it can take time, and it all depends whether that new link becomes permanent or temporary. But in answer to your question, if let's assume everything geopolitically ended today, that supply chain will need to be reworked. The backlogs would need to catch up. Suppliers would need to reorganize themselves, and pricing would not immediately go back to what it was before until some of these blockages have been eased.
I'm glad you told me that it's now supply webs. I'm going to use that in interviews going forward, but it paints a much better picture. The supply chain is kind of, it's a line, and if a link is broken, then the whole thing is gone. But the web thing is all the different directions. It paints a much better picture. So thank you. So we don't quite know where we are at the moment. The ceasefire is in place, and things are developing quite quickly. But there is still a queue of vessels, isn't there? And, containers are shuffling across regional ports. How long does it take to unravel or clear the logistical bottleneck that we have in place at the moment? Is that the how long is a piece of string question?
It kind of is. And look, the reality is that the number of ships currently lining up to come through the strait are not increasing. That's good. So sure. You're not getting significant numbers adding to that at the moment. But let's assume it opened today. Yes, it'll take a significant time for those vessels to get through and to start unloading their cargoes in the relevant port and to be delivered to their end supplier. So those are the considerations. So how long is a piece of string is exactly the case. But also, I think some of these ships that are already at sea, clients have looked for alternatives to those already. So, judging by the complexity of some of the goods we have in this region with our luxury hotels and airlines, etc., there are some real interesting goods that come into this region. But they come from some far-flung places as well. And what happened at the start of this crisis is a lot of these suppliers from wherever they are, in Europe or in other places, declared something called end of voyage, which is a legal term that says if something happens, you just offload your cargo at the nearest safe port. Right. So there are pieces of cargo that are already on their way from 5 weeks ago by alternative routes to reach their final destination. So the ships that are outside the trying to get through the strait are one element of it, but there are also other bits of cargo taking other routes to reach the Middle East in any case.
I've heard that, actually, and that's outside of existing agreements. That's a logistical nightmare, isn't it? That's, I guess, you're nodding, yeah.
It absolutely is, because if you think about it, let's assume you purchase something that's going to be delivered to you by ship, and your supplier offloads at a different port, in Europe or Africa. The responsibility and the cost,
it's on you, isn't it?
It's on you, absolutely. So that's where some of those are some of the input costs that end up impacting some of the goods and sometimes services to people in this region and around the world. That's some of the considerations and some of the costs that affect the economy right now.
Let's talk fuel for a second, because oil prices have dropped since the ceasefire. Freight costs and more risk insurance premiums haven't followed suit quite as fast, obviously. Are we seeing, price stickiness where suppliers are slow to pass those savings back to the procurement teams?
Yeah, naturally, because they're not instant prices, and a lot of suppliers are being very, very conservative and very, very wary of the situation, and a lot of suppliers are trying not to the best of their ability, pass 100% of their cost onto their client. And there's very good reasons for that. Our members are the most senior procurement supply chain leaders, and we have regular contact with them. I have daily contact with them. We have informal calls, and we have had kind of every week since this crisis happened. And the important thing you'll notice is that the suppliers who supply these individuals have to be very careful about price gouging, because people have long memories. What you don't want to do is to ruin a long-term strategic relationship just because you're being opportunistic. So not everyone is automatically increasing their prices disproportionately. There is a little bit of strategic conversations and some sense going into some of the commercial decisions right now.
And there are also there's government discouragement, isn't there, as well? So I guess, hopefully that's a double-pronged attack in terms of us, the consumer. Diesel is up, 72% this month, isn't it? So let me put this in really simple terms. That's the way I need to think, to be honest. For a local procurement manager, does the ceasefire even matter if the internal cost of moving goods between Jebel Ali and a warehouse in Riyadh is still at record highs?
There are significant cost impacts. That's true. Sure. However, I think if volumes are less, then that can be factored in. If you've got less journeys but higher costs, for example, maybe you're not hitting. The cost isn't hitting your bottom line in real terms. That's the first thing. And the second thing that's very, very important is that for a lot of procurement and supply chain leaders, COVID was a great kind of dress rehearsal for this.
That was the training ground.
It absolutely was. And so most procurement and supply chain leaders have very strong business continuity plans that talk about what will happen in the first 4 weeks, what will happen in the next 3 months of something like this happening. So a lot of them have contingencies which if they haven't kicked in, will only kick in about now, because we're on week 5. So up to now, there will be I wouldn't say no material impact, but there'll be no unanticipated impact or uncosted impact to a lot of industries, far more industries than we think, because they have these scenarios in place. If this was to happen, what are our alternatives? And we acknowledge that there'll be higher costs. So actually the costs have been mitigated to a certain extent. The longer it goes on, that's really when it starts to kick in to a large degree, and for those who don't have contingencies in place.
Right now, what are businesses already seeing in terms of freight volatility and shipping disruptions? How would you kind of contextualize that?
I'll say there are struggles, and a lot of organisations are trying to overcome them, and they're trying to overcome them in several different ways, with a principle that underlines it, saying cash is king. So organisations are trying to preserve cash. That's the first thing.
Right.
So using that principle, what they're trying to do is, where they can with large suppliers, they're trying to negotiate longer payment terms. So if they're working with global suppliers with less regional dependency, who can kind of stomach, I guess, longer payment terms, then those are being implemented. And what they're using that for is to pivot a lot of their supply requirements to local suppliers. So local smaller suppliers, SMEs, are, I guess, benefiting to a certain extent, because large companies are now using them, and in using them, they're offering to make advance or payments on delivery to these suppliers. Right. So they're using that additional cash flow that they've released to use for their kind of new supply requirements with local suppliers. So that's something that's happening significantly at the moment.
It's a web, isn't it?
Absolutely is. It's a web.
Yeah, no, I'm so pleased with that. It's made my day. How are delayed lead times affecting inventory planning and customer commitments then, sir?
Yeah, I think people are trying to be extremely innovative. There are a lot of people are using systems they put in place with the advent of technology, AI tracking of containers in real time. Where is it going to be offloaded? Yeah. When's it going to be delivered? That's being used all the way down to supply chain WhatsApp groups. You have supply chain leaders who are on WhatsApp groups to say, how are you going to get over this? So there are several really innovative ways to do this. So in summary, it's just real time tracking, so that people can substitute materials, can substitute ingredients. Organizations who suddenly have a menu, for example, of certain dishes. If they know in real time that certain ingredients are not going to be available, then that will be a liaison with the chef to slightly change that menu to reflect the fact that certain ingredients are not available. So, sure. But you can only do that with data. You have to have the data to know where things are, what the lead times are, and what the impact is going to be. So again, another thing that was learned from COVID is that what you do is, for your key suppliers, you need to have that strategic relationship. You can't have a transactional relationship, because what you can't do is you can't build a strategic relationship with a supplier during a crisis. It's too late. So for those who have those relationships, have ongoing dialogue with their suppliers and are able to come up with these solutions jointly.
So communication is coming out as being even more key at the moment. That's the kind of message that I'm picking up from you. How important those relationships are is paramount, even at a time when we have these heightened tensions, however you want to describe it.
Yeah, it's a bit of if you look at the skills required for a procurement and supply chain leader, people often think they're technical skills, or they are skills such as negotiation, and that's not been the case for a long time. Right. The soft, non-technical skills, the communication skills, influencing skills, stakeholder management skills are the top skills required for a procurement and supply chain leader. Because the key thing that individual is doing is forming strategic relationships with their internal stakeholders and their external stakeholders, i.e. their suppliers. So that's always been the case. Communication is absolutely key to maintaining strong commercial relationships, and that bears out when crises like these happen.
It's very easy to look at this and think, your supply chain, your supply web is just talk to that bloke. It doesn't seem that way from the outside looking in, but I'm starting to get the picture. Do you think this crisis has been a bit of a wake-up call for the people that rely on, just-in-time deliveries? Do you think we could see, or maybe we are seeing, a more permanent shift towards higher inventory levels, or will cost-cutting win over resilience once the news cycle's moved on?
Yeah, we had this same conversation during COVID, and the case of, I think we came to a globalized economy around the world. We had globalization, which can be good or bad depending on your outlook. But the reality is, you have to have contingency plans. You can't rely just on long, lean supply chains, right? And you can't rely just in time. So it's situation specific. So if your supply chain is based on just the just in time concept, clearly that's not applicable to things like medical goods, because if there is any shock in that supply chain, you don't have access to emergency commodities or equipment, then it's not appropriate to your needs. So in COVID, we often say just in time was replaced as a concept with just in case, which is, to your point, having inventory levels which are sufficiently high just in case something happens, and it gives you a buffer to repair the supply web in the meanwhile. And you'll see, with government, for example, governments have buffers around emergency commodities to ensure that you've got a certain amount of access to commodities, no matter what happens.
Yeah, which is what we're all, I think, very aware of in the situation. I mean, the tension has kind of eased slightly, I think, from where we were. During the peak of that, some suppliers were adjusting prices daily, perhaps more regularly than that in some cases. How should procurement heads handle those vendors now? Is it time for maybe a slightly a tougher conversation about emergency surcharges, for example?
Yeah, and that's a question that sits in several areas. There's the legislative side of it, and of course, if we're speaking about the UAE, the government does very well on that, and I think there's 600 odd checks of, 6,000 checks of local suppliers in terms of what their prices are, and that was 3 or 4 weeks ago, just to make sure people are not unnecessarily price gouging. So that's one side. But from a client, from a procurement or supply chain leader's perspective, there's two things. First of all, just make sure you identify who your strategic suppliers are. That's the first thing, because not everyone is your strategic supplier, and that's the main thing.
Sure.
The supply of pens and pencils are not your strategic supplier, but for your strategic suppliers, you need to have already formed that strategic relationship where you have a real collaborative relationship, so that when these things happen, you can work together. And by the same token, if for some reason suppliers do breach that trust to a certain extent and do take advantage of situations like this, when you're really in need, then we're still talking human beings here, and people have long memories, and there are alternatives to using certain suppliers. Yeah,
long memories was the phrase, wasn't it? Yeah. No, it's very clear. Which industries are most, I guess, exposed at the moment?
It's a difficult one because there's a long list. I mean, and they're exposed in different ways. So, obviously the medical industry always has critical goods. So even with contingencies, at some point as this goes on, it's going to start hitting their buffer stock. Obviously, the hospitality industry is the most forward-facing one. So that requires constant inventory coming in to make sure that they can satisfy customers. However, I think if you look at the region, because there's less demand, it's exacerbated to a certain extent to say that they don't have as many people to feed. Airlines, again, will be impacted by the price of fuel, but that will be exacerbated by less flights to a certain extent. The construction industry, there's a lot of local manufacturing in the UAE that will take care of certain things, but there is a pressure for a lot of things that need to come into the country, and that will be impacted to a certain extent. I mean, I could go on. I think if I flip it on its head, what I'll say, and having these conversations, there are industries that are not really affected significantly, and they're typically the service industries. So right. Service industries is business as usual, with the exception of higher insurance costs, which hit all kind of input costs. But from the service perspective, no, there aren't any immediate costs at this point, or immediate impacts. But every industry is impacted to a certain extent. Yeah. However, and I'll say again, for procurement and supply chain leaders, their job is to keep their organization resilient, right? So there are mitigation plans in place to make sure your organization is able to carry on business as usual to the extent that they can do in crises like these. So it's not as if performance or bottom lines will fall off a cliff. These scenarios have been played out, and it only really gets critical if the time, as it becomes time bound. If this endures for a very long period of time, then the contingency plans become a little bit more, a little bit less relevant to what people thought. And supply chains or supply webs need to be relinked in a different way.
Right. There's a web still to be weaved, isn't there? Is it weaved or is it weft?
I think it's probably woven, but
Woven. I like being put in my place. I do. There is a web still to be woven at the moment, but it's good to have something a bit more positive to talk about. Final question. We're a little bit short on time. You're a Chief Procurement Officer. We've just. It's not an upgrade. Is that an upgrade? We've swiped you to one side for a moment.
I'm happy to be a CPO.
There you go. You're sitting down with your CEO today. What is the one red flag you're telling them to watch this week, do you think?
Again, it's a difficult one because it depends which industry, but I would say cash flow.
Right.
Cash flow is the one because companies just need to, and that's less of a supply chain question and more of a company question because you need to keep, obviously, your company's operations going, and in certain cases, you've got less cash coming in. So you need to be a little bit more focused on things like cash collections, cash going out to suppliers. So you just need to control cash a little bit more so that you're more in control of the situation as it evolves.
Watch the money.
Watch the money.
All right. Sam Acheampong is the Regional Director at the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply with us at Mira Business FM this morning. Sam, good to talk to you. Appreciate you coming in as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Good to have you here. The news is coming up next. It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Amid regional tensions and pressure on shipping routes, keeping supermarket shelves stocked has become a key challenge. Supply chains are being adjusted to ensure essential goods continue reaching the UAE. DP World is prioritizing critical cargo and working closely with government and industry partners to keep imports moving and prioritizing essential goods such as food, pharmaceuticals, and agricultural inputs first. The U.S. military says it will begin a blockade of Iranian ports at 10 a.m. Eastern Time today, raising tensions despite a temporary ceasefire. U.S. President Donald Trump said the two-week truce with Iran is holding well after weekend talks in Islamabad failed to reach a breakthrough. Iran has warned it will retaliate against any military vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. President Donald Trump said oil and gasoline prices may remain high through November's midterm elections. He called it a possible short-term effect of the conflict with Iran. Speaking to Fox News, he said prices could stay around the same or slightly higher. He also highlighted that fuel costs have already risen in recent weeks across the United States. During shifting global market sentiment and a stronger U.S. dollar, gold prices fell today to near 1 week low. Spot gold dropped about 1% to $4,694 per ounce, its lowest level since April 7th. U.S. gold futures for June delivery also fell around 1% to $4,717, and other precious metals also weakened. Silver fell about 2%, while platinum declined around 1%. Palladium, however, bucked the trend, rising about 1%. Oil prices jumped in early trading today. This comes amid rising Middle East tensions and fears of supply disruptions. U.S. benchmark WTI climbed over 8% to $105 a barrel. Brent crude also rose nearly 8% to almost $103. Meanwhile, Murban crude slipped slightly. Natural gas prices also edged higher. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM. Coming up, rising costs and thinning margins. But why top chefs in the UAE are still betting big? That is coming up next.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. Dubai's hospitality sector facing a pretty complex moment just now. Beyond rising costs and tight margins, regional tensions are weighing in on business sentiment. They're weighing in on tourism flows, of course, and also consumer confidence. For lots of operators, the challenge is no longer just about running a great restaurant, but it's about staying resilient in an unpredictable environment. And it's a reality that's been brought into sharp focus by Akmal Anwar. He's the chef and the restaurateur behind Haramanis, Goldfish and Fun Coolio. And he's recently being, I suppose, fated is the word really. He's been talking about the operational pressures facing the industry and why, despite it all, there is still reason to stay optimistic. And he's here. Akmal, it's good to meet you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here.
You're very welcome. I wanted to start off with your post from a few days ago, which was a pretty simple post. It's a brief video of one of your restaurants, and it's the harsh reality. And I'll just read the post here. Because it hits quite hard, I think. While others take opportunity to show moments of how busy their restaurant is, I take this opportunity to show how I deal with my real world. I came back from Singapore yesterday to strings of phone calls and messages for payments, a trip from one office to another to settle issues. For some, I had a good understanding, and some I had to beg. I'm not ashamed to share this. That's just part of life. People don't show. I've been in the game for a while now, and honestly, this is nothing like what I remember tough was. Another day passed, and we hope tomorrow will be better. So, what made you speak out right now? What was it that made you think, no, I'm going to share exactly how I'm feeling here? Because this is not the kind of post that people expect from restaurateurs.
So I got back from Singapore on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I've been away for like 2.5 weeks in Singapore. So back in Singapore, my mind is just in Dubai. Okay. My body is in Singapore, my mind is in Dubai. My guys are on WhatsApp groups and saying that, we can't buy this, we can't get this and that, price go up. So you know what, I have to go back. I cannot leave my boys behind. So I came back. The moment I stepped into Dubai, I could already feel this pressure on my chest and my shoulders, you know. It was real pressure. And the next day, I catch up with everyone. So immediately, when I turn on the Dubai number, the company number, it was payments, it was bills. You know, when you run a restaurant, you don't pay only for food. You have to keep the lights on. You have dewa, sure. You have etisalat, you have insurance, you have civil defense, you have approvals, everything. Everything was coming one shot. I needed something to get out of my chest, you know. So what way could I reach? I mean, social media is the only way you can. I wouldn't say vent out. No. I just wanted to tell people, guys, I need help. Yeah, I need help. I swear to God, it's tough. You know, it's tough for me. But when I see my guys who have been with me 6 years, 8 years, 10 years, you know, working alongside with me, hustling, working hours and hours, thousands of hours. And I have to tell them, hey, next 3 months I can't pay you. Because I really can't pay you. Because I am going into debt. Right? If my post-dated check arrives next month, it's gonna be 100,000+ rental. I don't have cash flow. I'm finished. Yeah. So every time you see people in Dubai, they like to post and boast about how busy they are and all that. Honestly, there are days that you are empty, and many days are always like that too. So it's necessary that the public know. I don't want to speak for anyone else. I speak for myself. Yeah. What I go through, and this is how it is. But this is the point, isn't it? You said it very plainly there.
I need help. And it's hopefully becomes a rallying cry, but it is a very familiar message from people in your industry, the restaurant world. This is simply put, at the moment, it's really tough.
Yep,
It's always tough, but it's really tough now.
Yeah, like the last 6 months, I've been putting in all my savings. I sold whatever I can sell. Okay, if I have to be very transparent, I sold some of my wife's jewelry.
Really?
Yeah, I sold my wife's jewelry. I had to get some money out of some friends just to pay up 30,000 for last month's rental top up, or the supplier had just deducted the 10,000 I gave on deposit because they didn't inform me. They just deducted, and bank now is like, oh, your check bounced and you got to pay penalty. I'm like, oh my god, like yeah, it's tough. And the guys would call me, chef, the internet just got cancelled. We don't have internet now. We can't work on the system on the restaurant. And when I check the bill, it's like 900, 300, 1,000. It just adds up. It just adds up.
And when you have the situation where the cash flow just isn't there.
No, if I'm gonna make 2,000 yesterday,
Yeah.
and the bill today is 3,000, you're always on minus.
Yeah.
Even if you pay something out, it's still minus. But you know what? I'm just taking it day by day, day by day. I cannot see the future even in 2 days or 3 days. I'm just gonna like come to work. Okay, what do I need to fix? Okay, let me fix this first. I'll fix that, and then what's next? I'll fix that now, and then that now. So this is the only way I move. I cannot be I cannot be too adventurous. I cannot be too optimistic. Yeah, people say stay positive. Yeah, I know. When bills are all over your head, I don't know how you keep positive. You know, most people, what they do, run away.
Yeah.
I go to every supply office that I know, meet them, whoever. I'll speak to them, the account manager. Look, this is what's happening. I'm talking to you like man to man. The situation is not going to change. This is how we're going to do it. If you want to get paid, and I'm going to get my salary, carrots and potatoes, this is how we're going to do it.
Well, this is the thing at the moment. These are the difficult discussions. You don't want to have these discussions. You don't want this to be this way.
No.
But these are the things you have to do. So these lines of communication have to be. The line has to be open, but the communication, the conversation has to be even more open.
Yes, you know why I decided to do this? Because when I grew up, I saw my father run a hawker store, a business, and my mom. So when they go to suppliers, it's face to face, and they pay cash. So you feel a bit, as someone who supply you something, if you had given them some face, talk to them, don't run away, pick up your phone, speak, I think they will appreciate this better. But if you decide to not answer your phone, try to run here, run there, this creates problem. Because at the end of the day, everybody needs to get fed, right? Everybody needs their money. Everybody wants to eat.
Sure.
But if you talk, you can work on something out. I think for me, that's my principle. That's how I do things.
Well, hopefully that works because, look, I've worked at a company where credit control was everything, to be honest with you. And there were months when we were unable to pay immediately. But I always thought, as much as you get some abuse and you have to take that because you're late, when you talk to people, it's generally better than when you don't.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Do you think that maybe that, you grew up, you mentioned it there, your parents had a hawker stall it was in Singapore. That's kind of street level DNA, isn't it? I suppose that's where you kind of come from.
It's very straightforward.
Yeah. Do you think that's made you a bit more resilient? Looking at your mother and father paying in cash, rather than being a corporate-backed restaurant group, does that make you a bit more? Do you feel that helps you?
Funny thing, you asked me the question, just before I left Singapore, I was just sitting down with my mom and dad.
Right.
So my dad said, my dad asked and said, So how are you gonna deal with this? I said, I'll just deal this head on. So if your debt accumulates, what are you gonna do? I don't know. If somebody's gonna sue me, I'll go to court. If somebody's gonna put me to jail, I'll go to jail. Because I come to a point where I'll just go with the flow. But you know what? One thing, I tell him, I'm not gonna run away.
No.
Because when I come back from this, nobody's gonna look at me and say, hey, he owe me money. No. That I cannot deal with. That I cannot sleep. But if I come back and this and then, you know what? He has balls. Sorry if I have to use this word, but yeah.
I think we'll allow you that in this situation. Yeah.
Whatever, I'll take the punch.
We're in a ceasefire at the moment. Hotels are seeing a little bit of relief. Has the pause translated to people booking tables at all?
It's still bad, to be honest.
Yeah.
I've had meetings last week with some of my partners and the companies that I work with. It looks bad. I think occupancy in hotels is really low. Again, I don't know what's the insights. I can only speak for myself. I'm still at a very low level business, still very, very slow. People are really saving up money. You can see the trend now changes. People really eat what they need. They don't splurge no more. So next week, actually this week, I'm doing an initiative between two of my restaurants, Fankulio and Harumanis. You pay 150. So I will not use my menu anymore because it's pointless. Because, for example, salmon from 30 dirham goes up to 80 dirham per kilo. I cannot charge the customer 3 times.
No.
So it makes no sense to do my menu anymore.
Yeah.
So you come to my restaurant, 7 p.m., you pay 150, I'll cook you from my heart. Whatever I find in the market, whatever I can find fresh, I'll use memories, I'll use whatever. It's a long table. So the concept is called the extended table. So more people book, the longer the table gets. So I think people today, in this time, people need to connect. People need to talk. I think it gives you a sense of relief, a sense of, you know what, everybody, we didn't know about this. We didn't know about that. So when people talk, people feel a bit more relaxed, When I talk to someone, I feel relaxed because I need to talk to, people need to talk.
Well, they do. No, and I think, when things are tense, it helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, like my partner called me yesterday. He was in Istanbul. He said, "Chef, everything's okay." I said, "Yeah, everything's okay." He said, "Yeah, it's good to hear from you." "Yeah, good to hear your voice too." I don't know why, but just connection gives you a sense of calms you down. Everybody needs to calm down. If you're calm, I think all of us will get through this. I think pretty okay. I think Dubai always come back, no?
I do think so, and I think that's a really important point to make. The Dubai bounce back, the attitude, the sort of can-do attitude. I think Dubai bounces back a lot quicker than probably most cities, and the country bounces back quicker than most countries. And hopefully we're looking towards that. But you can only face where you are at the moment, can't you? This is the thing. You talked about the long table there. I mean, aside from people booking and taking advantage of an offer, for example, when you change your style, you've essentially had to throw out the menu, haven't you? Yeah. So you're using what's available, and you're kind of working
with what's available
from the heart with what's available. Does that help you at a time like this, where you have to go right back to basics and use, the experience of, a recipe your mother used to make or your father used to make or whatever? How does that help you in, mentally?
I think I feel less stress. Not trying to be, how do I put this? So if you have a menu in your restaurant, you're trying to impress everyone.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now I'm not going to do that much. I'm just going to feed you. And my intention is very clear that table will support my payments, my staff salary, my rent. It's not for me. It keeps the life of the restaurant going. If lights are off, water switched off, everybody loses their job.
Yeah.
So, we've got calls saying that, Akmal, I'm going to donate 10 seats. I'll pay up, just invite anyone. So people are really coming forward and...
Really?
Yes.
That's a real community.
Yes, and some people will be like, how many people do you need? I'll bring my whole office. So, I feel so good.
You can't pay for that kind of goodwill.
No.
That's there or it's not there.
And running a restaurant day to day like normal, I don't get this.
Yeah.
I feel like, it's 150. And then I also mentioned that if you think we deserve better, if the guys deserve better, at your own discretion, give more. Yeah.
Okay.
150 today in Dubai is nothing. Like in prime Dubai, 150 is maybe 10 years ago. Yeah, where do you eat 150 anymore?
I think there are a lot of things that I think everybody has, or in some way has a memory, but a lot of people have. I have one particular favorite restaurant. I was talking to somebody at the weekend about it, and he was like, I've never heard of it. I said, no, it's just a really small place, but it's just a really cool place, and the chef's great. She's a Palestinian lady, and she does all this amazing stuff. And I realized that I'm selling this place I have no interest in at all financially, but I just really like the place. And I think a lot of people feel that way about maybe it's a particular style of food, or they love the chef, or they just really like the ambience, whatever it is. That kind of goodwill is really hard to generate. I don't know how you do that.
I think Dubai also like to see how when you have less, you give more.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last 2 years, the city was on steroids.
True.
I couldn't keep up, to be honest.
I bet, yeah.
Wow, the amount of restaurants, big restaurants, the groups that came in, the Bing Bang Bling, whatever you call it. I just...
That's a great name for a restaurant, by the way. Bing Bang Bling. I like that. You should use that.
I sometimes I say to my wife, man, we are way behind now. Way behind.
Really?
How do I keep up? It's impossible, The investments are on a next kind of level. And then this has to happen. So I just feel I just needed to stay in my lane.
Yeah.
I just stay in my lane, do what's best for me and my team. Give your best, and I think things will come. I think naturally. I think.
It's interesting talking to you because we went from the post, which was the harsh reality, to your situation, which is a difficult situation, and you're very open, you're very honest about it. But you've still got in you, and this is something that I've noticed a few times. You're still very optimistic about Dubai and the scene, and I know that you're continuing as much as you can to invest in the concepts that you have. What is it that keeps you so confident? I know you said that we're on steroids here until recently, but what's it about Dubai that keeps you optimistic?
There's a God.
Okay.
I pray 5 times. I just every day. I just pray for the best. That's it.
You just believe.
Yeah, I just believe.
Yeah.
I don't have any other ways. That's the only way. You wake up in the morning, 4 a.m.
Yeah.
You go to the mosque. You pray in congregation. Like for me, I'm Muslim. After prayer, I just do my solo conversation with the big boss.
Okay.
If he gives, he gives. If he doesn't give, he doesn't give. That's all. And that's why I told you if I get legal court, whatever, or I have to go to jail, or I have to do whatever, that's my destiny.
Okay.
Yeah. If I overthink and I will not live.
Well, maybe this is a time to not overthink. Maybe the way you're dealing with it is just as things come. You knock down the obstacles as they present themselves, don't you?
Because I have people looking up to me and waiting. What's my decision?
Yeah.
If I come with a certain energy and disappointed and upset and don't know what to do, how do they even feel? So my daughters need to look like I'm happy. Yesterday I was dancing TikTok with them because I need to make them feel like it's okay, don't worry.
It sounds like you're a pretty good dad.
I try to be a good dad, I try to be a good husband, I try to be a good son, I try to be everything. You can't be good at everything, but you try.
That's all you can do, unfortunately. That's the situation that we find ourselves in. Isn't it?
I wouldn't say unfortunately. I think this is the time where you do your best.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the opportunity because coming back from this will be amazing.
Well, it will, but there you are again. You see, we talk about it's quite a serious conversation, and then you're looking ahead, thinking it's going to be amazing. So keep the optimism front of mind.
Inshallah.
I hope so. Akmal, it's been good to talk to you. Akmal Anwar is the chef restaurateur behind a number of restaurants, Haramanis, Funculio, and Goldfish as well. I wish you all the best. Come back and see us, and we'll stay in touch.
No, you come to my restaurant. You eat. I'll feed you guys.
All right, that's a deal. That's done. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump said oil and gasoline prices may remain high through November's midterm elections. He called it a possible short-term effect of the conflict with Iran. Speaking to Fox News, he said prices could stay around the same or slightly higher. He also highlighted that fuel costs have already risen in recent weeks across the U.S. During a shifting market or global market sentiment and a stronger US dollar, gold prices fell today to a near one-week low. Spot gold dropped about 1% to $4,694 per ounce, its lowest level since April 7th. US gold futures for June delivery also fell around 1% to $4,717. Other precious metals also weakened. Silver fell about 2%, while platinum declined around 1%. Palladium, however, buckled the trend, rising about 1%. Oil prices jumped in early trading today. This comes amid the rising Middle East tensions and fears of supply disruptions. U.S. benchmark WTI climbed over 8% to almost $105 a barrel. Brent crude also rose nearly 8% to $103. Meanwhile, Murban crude slipped slightly. Natural gas prices edged higher. And our quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $70,864. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.42 Indian rupees, 75.90 Pakistani rupees, 33.41 Bangladeshi taka, 16.44 Philippine peso. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on X and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
It's the morning drive. Dubai's property market now, specifically Dubai Market Research, or a snapshot of research. More than 44,000 residential transactions recorded Q1 2026. But underneath those headline numbers, what is the story? We know that off-plan sales dominate the market. They're up more than 10% year on year, nearly, I think, just over 3/4 of all deals. At the same time, ready property transactions are perhaps cooling, signs of cooling at least. There was a sharp drop in March. Let's unpack this a little bit. Zaki Sajjad is the Director of Business Development and Client Relations at the property consultancy Cavendish Maxwell, and he is here. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. Good to have you back. So what's driving demand, Zaki? Where's the market heading next? What do the latest numbers mean for investors, for developers, for buyers? We've got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
I'm not going to jump into that immediately. Headline figure is 44,100 residential transactions recorded in Q1 of this year. So to start with, the obvious question is, what does that tell us about the overall kind of market strength?
Look, I mean, it's still a very positive market in Q1. Now, obviously, we had an interesting month in March, but that being said, we still recorded over 12,000 transactions in March, which, I mean, that is pretty phenomenal. Now, there is, with off-plan sales, a 60 to 90-day period before the ACUDs or the sales purchase agreements, the SPAs, get registered. So there is likely to be some overspill from earlier in the year being registered in March. So until we have seen several months worth of data, it's very difficult to fully analyse where we're at, sort of year to date, given the sort of recent conflict, but overall, very healthy in terms of the number of transactions. Obviously, still, as you said, a lot of off-plan. We can get into a bit of perhaps why we think that the ready market is cooling somewhat. And I think that's, always with these things, it's a number of factors. Number one, brokers and agents are heavily incentivized to sell off-plan. Mm-hmm. They get better commissions for selling off-plan. So that is what is pushed. Number two is that, if, you or I want to buy a home to live in, we need a 20% deposit, before we can only borrow 80%. So that's quite a serious chunk given where the market is now at on the value of real estate these days. So, a lot of people may struggle to get that 20% deposit plus the associated costs that they need in terms of registration fees and often the sort of any brokerage fees, etc., that they may have to pay. So, with that means that people are looking to perhaps stagger that. So an off-plan transaction allows them to follow a payment plan. So you don't need to put down as much money. There are just some of the reasons why we're probably seeing a bit of a slowdown in the secondary market.
I've been wondering that, I've been wondering if we might see in the not too distant future a range of maybe different, maybe more incentivized products where you don't need to put down, as high as 20%, the 10% mortgage, 5% mortgage, for example. I don't know, but I've been wondering that for a while. Do you think we might see something like that going forward?
I mean, look, in maturer markets, that is definitely, the norm. If we look at the UK as an example, it's usually 10% is a deposit that you would need or what you would need to sort of get a mortgage. Sometimes a bit lower. I think where Dubai, the UAE have done a wonderful job is all these sort of external factors that have affected the real estate market here, be that the global financial crisis, be that, the sort of price of oil collapse and the Arab Spring that preceded it, be that the pandemic, and now, obviously we've got a new, regional geopolitical tensions that, it's a bit early to really gauge where we're at with that. But all these external factors, the authorities and the government have done such a wonderful job in taking real, learnings from these. And I think actually having a healthier LTV of 80-20 is perhaps not such a bad thing. You've got a good chunk of equity in that property, and you're spreading the payments over 20 years usually. So I think, look, who knows in terms of where that may go. I would perhaps suggest that eventually we will get to slightly lower LTVs inevitably, but I think right now, given where the market is at, I'm sure that this is not not at the forefront of people's thinking. It's sort of working. The volume of transactions show that it is. So.
Let's look at off-plan for a moment, because off-plan sales are more than 10% year on year. Off-plan properties, something like 75% of sales. I mean, it's 3/4. It's huge. We love off-plan here, don't we?
Yeah, and that's, as I said, I think that's as a result of several factors. Obviously, if you look at Dubai in particular, Dubai has become a metropolis now. Those of us that have been here a long time, we remember when you could drive from one end of the city to the other in 15, 20 minutes. Not really the case anymore. And obviously,
nowhere near the case anymore.
Yeah, and so look, there is a, as per the sort of 2040 urban master plan, there are these kind of 5 urban centres. The traditional kind of Deira and the Creek. Then they kind of expanded along Sheikh Zayed Road. Then they started to get towards your sort of reclamations in terms of the Palm, looking at the Marina, JLT, Jebel Ali, and now you've got this sort of the Dubai South master plan, which is just enormous.
Yeah.
The world's largest airport under construction. If you look at that alone, I mean, the aspiration is to cater for 200 million passengers annually. That's double that of DXB currently.
I was going to say, I was just doing the maths in my head there. Yeah. Even I can do that.
Yeah,
it's a huge plan.
Exactly. So and so there is these visions. There's these long-term visions that that Dubai has, that the authorities have, that the government has, which they want to sort of push this. So as a result, there's always going to be a lot of off-plan. And even if we look at years, perhaps say from 2014 to 2020, where we weren't seeing what we have been seeing, say from 2020 to 2026, where the market was growing month on month in terms of values and volumes. We were seeing sort of slight declines between 2014 and 2020, but yet the big wheel kept turning. We were still delivering. We were still sort of developing, and when we some people would say, well, I wonder why that's happening. Then you look at what happened between 22 and 26, and the way the population grew. Suddenly, we're all paying astronomical rents because there's not enough supply in the market. So, this is part of it. So the vision is very much a long-term vision, and so off-plan therefore dominates.
The other thing about Q1 is, I mean, the headline's great, 44,100 deals. So on paper, that's a booming market, isn't it? But when you look at the March data in isolation, in terms of the level of transactions, there's a slowdown compared with the same time last year, isn't there? So I'm wondering, is that seasonality? Is that really down to the uncertainty?
It's, again, a bit too soon to really tell. I think the fact that we had Ramadan and Eid, sort of during this period,
right,
which often we see a bit of a slowdown, especially where Eid falls. The last couple of years, not as much during Ramadan, but when Eid falls, often you have people taking the full week off. People try to utilize that sort of public holiday to take the week off. So it's a trend that we've been seeing. So that could be a factor. Obviously, the regional tensions could also be a factor.
Is the ready market cooling? Is it hitting a price ceiling? How would you characterise it?
I'd say it's a bit too soon to really tell at the moment. What I would say is,
I should have brought you the crystal ball back.
Yeah,
I know.
Look,
terrible.
What I would say is, we have to look at it in perspective. If you've bought something in Dubai, any time from say 2019 up until 2024, 25, you've done well out of that property purchase.
That's
right?
Fair.
So I think we're at such a high base. A lot of people have been speculating for a long time now. I would say for the last kind of 12 to 18 months about when the market is going to sort of peak and when we're going to see some sort of correction and what that might look like and when that might be. A lot of discussions. I mean, we had a discussion previously on the supply demand and actually when we look at what was launched on off-plan last year and the start of this year, it's almost every 13 hours there was a launch. So you look at all those and what is under construction, and we've never quite hitting the where we expect to be. So last year, I think we had just over 20,000 handovers, which is phenomenal, incredible. But I think expectations were sort of much higher at about 45, 50,000. This year, at the start of the year, there was talk about 80,000 under construction units being handed over this year. I don't think we'll reach that, and not because of logistical constraints as a result of the geopolitical tensions. I think it was just a fact of there's not enough contractors, subcontractors, consultants in the market to deliver that product in those timescales. So I think all these sorts of things mean that the supply demand imbalance is still perhaps there. So where we're at in terms of the market, I think we'll see probably Q2 will be a real sort of telling sign of how things have settled, during this ongoing period with these tensions.
So it's a tough problem to solve, that, isn't it? But it's a nice problem to have.
Yeah. I look at, as I said, I think you're talking about an illiquid asset class in real estate. Anyone that's purchasing real estate, my advice would be you're buying for a medium to long term view on that. You're not on the stock market, where things can react very quickly and you can see change. It takes time with real estate. So the way I would always advise anybody is to say, if you're taking a medium to long term view, usually you're going to be okay. And it depends what you're buying. If it's a home, well, you're saving on paying rent anyway. So by paying a mortgage and you've got something that you own. If it's an investment property that you're buying, well, it's generating an income for you. If you've got that tenanted. So, I think this is, and if we look at a lot of the profile of buyers for Dubai off-plan, it's a real mixture of international buyers as well as, people within the market. And those international buyers, if we look at the profile of those international buyers, they're generally from the region. The volume play. The volume play is 1 and 2 bed apartments. And the volume nationality of buyer are from West Asia, the Middle East, and East Africa. So within that sort of 4 to 5 hour flight radius of Dubai, again, regions where this situation, these kind of geopolitical tensions are not unusual.
It always amazes me. You have conversations with people, and the conversation is, I've just bought some property. Oh, what have you bought? I bought a floor. I bought 10 apartments. And it's as though that's a normal conversation to have.
It'd be great to do that if you can do it.
Oh, I wish. I wish that. So let me ask you this. Off-plan sales, something like 75% of deals, right? In your years at Cavendish Maxwell, have you ever seen the market this heavily weighted towards unbuilt property? What does that tell you about investor appetite? Going forward a few years, 2028, 2029.
Yeah, look, this has been the norm for several years now. The sort of off-plan dominance, and I think that's happened as a result of the market sort of booming, if you like, pardon the pun, but going really, really well. So so that's kind of normal. If you look at where we're at, we've got a lot of supply going to be coming to market over the next 2 years, given the launches that we've had. I think expectations at the start of this year was roughly around 80,000 units to be handed over this year. Yeah. I don't think we'll hit that number. I think it will fall below. But that being said, that whatever we fall below in terms of handovers is going to kick into 2027, and then obviously the 2027 numbers will kick into 28. So I think we are going to see a lot of stock coming to market across the city. It would be interesting to see the absorption rates. If we take a 20-year view, I looked at population data for Dubai from the year 2000 to the year, I did this in December of 2024.
Okay.
So I looked at a 24-year view of the population growth of Dubai, and averaged out at about 280 to 300,000 people a year is where the population grew. So if you extrapolate that over to 2040, then my goodness, we're going to be at nearly 6 million people in the city.
I'm getting ready to be knocked back.
So you're going to be at nearly 6 million people in the city, and this is through global financial crises. This is through, regional tensions. This is through the pandemic. This is where, Dubai just keeps attracting people. And unsurprisingly, it's a wonderful place to live. And so people are drawn to it. So when you look at that and you think, well, if we're going to be getting to that population in 15 years, where are these people going to live? So this off plan and this boom will be required for what is to come.
Let me ask you a little bit about the secondary market then. March dip in ready home sales. Is that a sign that end users, families looking for homes to live in, are being priced out a little bit?
Quite possibly. I think it will be a mixture of factors. That could be one of the reasons. Certainly, if I were to look at a villa, a detached villa, say in the Meadows, and what you'd be looking to pay for that today would be probably in the region of about, sort of 15 million dirhams, 12 to 15 million dirhams, depending on that property, its situation, etc. So, it's when you look at that as an example. So yeah, there's going to be an affordability issue.
Sure.
In addition, you also, if you look at it, there's not that much supply, right? So if you are looking for a Meadows villa, take that as an example, there's only a certain amount, and if those current owners aren't willing to sell, well then, what other options have you got? So you start looking at okay, maybe I'll go off plan. I think also, as we discussed earlier, that the LTVs, the loan to value, getting that deposit together, getting the additional sort of amount of money that you then need to pay all the kind of associated fees, that could take up to 25% of the value of the property that you need to buy. On an off-plan property, you could probably get a payment plan. Some developers will probably be 5%, or 5 to 10% on, on sort of the agreement, and then it's staged over 2, 3, potentially 4 years. So, and then you could also now, with certain banks, get a mortgage for your property that's under construction. So, that helps you build towards that deposit. So I think it's a mixture of those factors. And I think also, if you look at the city and in its sort of transformation, it is sort of shifting southwards with, a lot of eyes on what's happening around Dubai South, what's happening around the Expo site. There's a lot of quite attractive communities being built there. So I think people are sort of looking at that. It's a bit closer to Abu Dhabi. We're seeing, a lot of people, from both cities kind of working in both cities and living in the other one. So as a central location, and even on the other side of on the Abu Dhabi side, if you look at what's happening around, the sort of Gantu area and some of the developments that are happening around there, also, they're quite attractive. So I think this is all these kind of multiple factors are playing into this, and that's why you're seeing the data that we're seeing today.
That's why we're talking to you as well. How do you keep up?
We've got a wonderful team. Our research team does an incredible job of, sort of not just extrapolating data, but also interpreting that and then, putting that into the reports that that we put out there. And also we've got a fantastic base of valuations as one of our core service lines, our consultancy advisory service lines, and I built asset consulting. So with those, all these insights then add to what we're seeing from market data.
I had so many more questions to ask you, but we're out of time, unfortunately. So come back soon. Zaki Sajjad is the Director of Business Development and Client Relations at the property consultancy Cavendish Maxwell. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. China's export growth likely slowed in March as global demand weakens and energy costs rise. Tensions in the Middle East have also added pressure on markets. Exports are expected to have risen about 9% compared to last year, according to a Reuters poll. This is much slower than earlier in the year. Disruptions linked to the Strait of Hormuz have raised concerns about oil and shipping flows. AI-related tech exports are still helping China, but higher fuel and transport costs are starting to slow demand. South Korea plans to expand its free trade agreement network into emerging markets, including Latin America and Africa, to diversify supply chains. Finance Minister Koo Yoon-chul said the move is aimed at supporting export growth and strengthening economic resilience. He noted that the global trade is shifting due to weaker multilateral rules and rising competition among the major economies. According to Yonhap news agency, the strategy will also target regions such as Southeast Asia. U.S. President Donald Trump said that oil and gasoline prices may remain high through November's midterm elections. He called it a possible short-term effect of the conflict with Iran. Speaking to Fox News, he said prices could stay around the same or slightly higher. He also highlighted that fuel costs have already risen in recent weeks across the U.S. Oil prices jumped in early trading today. This comes amid rising tensions in the Middle East and fears of supply disruptions. U.S. benchmark WTI climbed over 8% to almost $105 a barrel, and Brent crude also rose nearly 8% to about $103. Meanwhile, Murban crude slipped slightly. Natural gas prices edged higher. During shifting global market sentiment and a stronger U.S. dollar, gold prices fell today to a near one-week low. Spot gold dropped about 1% to, let's say, $4,694 per ounce, its lowest level since April 7th. U.S. gold futures for June delivery also fell around 1% to about $4,717. Other precious metals also weakened. Silver fell about 2%, while platinum declined around 1%. Palladium, however, bucked the trend, rising about 1%. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
The Morning Drive, it's Mira Business FM. Coming up, layoffs, job offers, and the current state of the UAE job market. Next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive. Dubai and Abu Dhabi's job market is showing mixed signals. Layoffs and tighter budgets make the headlines, although hiring activity is still holding up across key sectors. So what's really happening beneath the surface, and how should job seekers and businesses read this moment? Zachary Beckett is a talent partner at the recruitment firm Professional Pyramid and joins me again in the studio. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me back.
You're very welcome back as well. So kind of frontline insights from you today, Zach. And this comes from a post that you put out. And you asked 3 founders recently, what is happening with hiring in Dubai and Abu Dhabi? Pretty simple question. So let's start with what you asked and what they told you specifically.
So essentially, I actually spoke to more than 3. I just wanted to highlight 3. I spoke to more people after, and I've been speaking to people throughout the duration of this.
Right.
Even when we had our first discussion, I've been speaking with people from organizations that are hiring, organizations that aren't hiring, from recruitment companies, and pretty much everything in the middle.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that I'm up to date with what's actually happening before I'm sharing stuff with people and putting out just random thoughts, right? So I want to make sure that what I'm sharing is accurate. These 3 particular individuals are founders or managing directors of 2 major recruitment companies in the region and 1 sort of scale up, we can say. And they've been seeing similar things. I kind of wanted to get their general thoughts on the market. What was going on with them? Are they still hiring? How's business going for them? Because recruitment companies can be a very good indication as to what's actually going on with the market, because their business is hiring.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So their business is hiring. If business is bad for them, then it either means that organizations don't have budget for recruitment agencies, or they're trying to manage everything internally. But typically, organizations need recruiters. So the thoughts that they shared on the market were overwhelmingly positive. Don't get me wrong, there was some trepidation with them in terms of, over the next few months, what's going to be occurring. Are they going to continue seeing the business that they're seeing? But generally speaking, they are hitting targets, and, for the most part, and they are still doing well.
It's a lot more positive than maybe the press would have you believe, or some of the press would have you believe. So the response really was that the current hiring landscape is a mixed bag. No real surprises there, I suppose. But what about contradictions that you're seeing? Because it's not all clarity, is it? There's some opaque stuff going on.
Of course, right? Everyone's going to have different experiences. Every company is going to experience things differently. Some companies are, believe it or not, doubling down on hiring, whilst others are laying off 80, 90, if not in some cases 100% of their workforce and shutting down. There's going to be different responses from organizations. There's going to be different responses from recruiters. And overwhelmingly, the market reacts differently because everyone's experience is individual.
Okay, so there's a lot of talk about increased redundancies, and there's a lot of talk about cost cutting and perhaps salary cuts. Depends very much on the business. Is all that happening, and which are the sectors that are feeling it the most?
Unfortunately, yes.
Right.
It is happening.
Right.
I've been speaking to a lot of C-suite sort of exec grade individuals, and these are typically people on 100, 150, 200,000 AED a month, right? So they're on a pretty hefty salary.
Right.
A lot of these individuals have seen pretty drastic cuts in their salaries, but oftentimes these are optional from them in order to try and perhaps take a little bit of weight off the lower levels who would have been made redundant otherwise. So there have been cuts, there have been salary cuts, and there will probably continue to be salary cuts, and there also have been redundancies. But again, this is specific to the organizations, it's specific to their business and whatnot. And for example, hospitality is a space where things are quite aggressively getting hit at the moment.
Sure.
Hospitality, it's pretty heavily leveraged on tourism. And when tourism dies down, unfortunately, some restaurants are running at 80, 90% lower than their typical capacity. So they're running pretty low on capacity. So a lot of their wait staff have been put on half salaries and stuff like that. This is occurring. Unfortunately, this is occurring. And it will continue to occur until things do settle down. But it's the organizations that are a little bit more or a little bit less affected directly that are perhaps not really seeing these effects.
Which kinds of organizations not affected directly?
It really depends, right? So if they are reliant on tourism, they're going to struggle.
Sure.
If they're reliant on anything that's directly affected, i.e., oil and gas, people at the lower levels are going to be affected, right? The people who are perhaps being taken off site, they are the people that are going to be affected. The people at the top level, the more strategic decision makers, they're not going to be affected as much. But of course, as I said, they may see some salary cuts just to kind of weather the storm a little bit.
I mean, you still seem, and I have to say, being positive is a good thing, right? But you still seem relatively positive. So we know, and I'm hoping you're going to back this up, otherwise I looked up, and then I looked after a lot, so it's fine. Recruiters are still making placements, right? And you're still winning new business. So there is some resilience, that's the word at the moment, of course, but that is there, isn't it?
Well, we're still turning away most people that reach out to us in terms of companies asking for resources. So when companies reach out to us and say, and we're talking major organizations reaching out to us and saying, hey, can you jump on our PSL? Can you send us over applicants? Unfortunately, we still have to turn most of them away because of how busy we are. So whilst, yes, some agencies will feel it, some agencies will feel the pinch, those who are perhaps a little bit more renowned in the region, or those who have perhaps dug their heels in and kind of strategically shifted a little bit, they won't be feeling it as much. But no, it is like there's a reason to be optimistic. We're in one of the greatest places on earth, right? There's tons of investment going in, as we were just discussing prior to the show. There's tons of investment already going in from the UAE to weather this, and I think as soon as it's over, everything's going to bounce back to normal.
So you're actively turning people away.
Yeah.
So are you not looking for new people to join you so that you can accept new business?
We are, but we only hire very experienced recruiters, so finding people to join us is quite tricky. But yeah, like for any companies listening, should they reach out, we would not be able to support them. We are genuinely turning business away.
Nice problem to have.
It is indeed.
Wow. Okay. So companies are more cautious at the moment. What does cautious hiring look like? Because I'm trying to picture that.
Yeah, so most hires that are made today aren't decided yesterday, right? These are factored in and budgeted for back in Jan, and in some cases last year.
It could be last year,
For large MNCs, right? If we're talking like big firm consultancies and stuff like this, or huge multinational companies, they have already dictated the hires that are being made this month.
Right.
Months, if not years ago. These hires are planned in advance. Now, there may be some scenarios where certain roles are perhaps pulled back,
or on hold,
or perhaps the budget is adjusted for these positions. But the positions that are still doing well are more strategic positions. So if you're someone who's looking for a job, you need to perhaps try and position yourself as more of a strategic resource, as opposed to someone who's doing like a one-dimensional role. That's what kind of gives you that stability in a time like this.
Okay. Businesses, how do they prioritize roles at the moment? Is it different to a year ago or, I don't know, 2 months ago?
Look, if I'm honest with you, and again, it would be lovely to say, look, there's a huge difference and things have changed so much, but ultimately, I think companies are still making hires. They are still moving forward. Of course, not as normal, but more normal than you would expect. More normal than you'd expect. Most of the interview process that we had people in went ahead. They've received offers and things have kind of gone ahead as normal. There have been some where people have received an offer, but it's been given to them on essentially like an open-ended date. So they've said, look, we're going to hire you. This is particularly seen this quite heavily in oil and gas. We're going to hire you, but we don't have a start date for you yet.
Right. Because we're in this holding pattern.
Yeah, this has been happening. And I think because tomorrow things could kick off and then the next day things could calm down, I think companies just want a little bit more stability, especially when making hires for 60, 70, 80K that are perhaps going to be directly impacted by the conflict. So things have moved ahead, but there are certain nuances, I'd say. But overwhelmingly, for someone who's looking for a job, it's not really affected them too much in that extent.
It's interesting this because as much it seems quite vague, but we have to be kind of vague because we're looking overall at the market. It's very difficult. We'd be here all day if we were to zero in on specific roles, I suppose. The one thing I wanted to ask you was the market, particularly Dubai, but the UAE, to be fair, it's a competitive job market, very competitive job market. Lots of people want to be here. They want the lifestyle. They want to work. Thousands of people applying for roles. Is that an accurate perception? Am I being misleading if I characterize it that way?
No, you're definitely not. So the UAE is one of the most saturated, if not the most saturated job market in the world. Saturation is somewhat different to a competitive job market, although the UAE is competitive. Saturated means that the flow of talent coming into the market outweighs the demand from companies. And it always has.
Yeah.
Right? It has, since I've been doing what I do, it always has. And it still is the case now. Although you'd think that people would, and mention this again when the first time we spoke, although you'd think people were very hesitant about expats moving over here now, the amount of people who are still looking to move over to this part of the world is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And for a lot of people, the way that the UAE has handled this has actually attracted them to the region more. So the flow of talent coming in, there are still hundreds, if not thousands of people on every single application. We listed a finance manager job the other day, and I think it's on like 1,200 applications now.
How do you go through that? Is that an
It's
AI?
automated. Yeah,
It's
it's
all
all
automated,
automated.
yeah.
That's one of the biggest challenges in saturated job markets. Everything's automated. But also in saturated job markets, the quality of applicant does tend to decrease.
Sure.
So perhaps 2 or 3% of the people that have applied to that finance manager job will be truck drivers.
Just scattergun approach.
Scattergunning everything.
Go for anything. Yeah.
Then you've got about 20% that was submitted with some sort of AI apply thing, and they just get automatically rejected. There are systems and tools that just fire your application out to thousands of jobs, and most likely nothing comes back. But this is what a saturated market looks like. The quality tends to dip, so it's kind of like finding a diamond in the rough.
Well, how do you find that diamond in the rough then? And by the same token, how do you stand out if you're a really good finance manager and you're fighting against 1,200 people? Okay, you separate a lot of the wheat from the chaff, but there's probably still 600 people in there.
Yeah, you would think, but it would be more so about 5 to 10% of people that are applying are actually suitable.
Really?
Yeah. So you'll have directors applying for a manager grade role, which it isn't right. Companies don't tend to look at that because it's a red flag. You'll have people with 1 year of experience applying for a manager role, which isn't suitable. Again, the suitability is a real issue. One of the main reasons, or one of the best ways for you to get seen, is by playing the game. Essentially, it's all done by AI. It's all done via something called an ATS, which is an applicant tracking system. Essentially, manages the entire hiring process, and you need to manipulate that to some degree to show your application to the recruiters. Another way, and one of the best ways, especially for more senior individuals, is getting headhunted. So driving recruiters and hiring teams to your profile directly on LinkedIn. LinkedIn's the main platform for recruiting in the world at the moment. So driving them to your profile on LinkedIn is another way.
Wow. Okay. It's remarkable.
Yeah.
How much of the hiring slowdown that we read about, we hear about, we're talking about is psychological versus real?
Look, I think one of the biggest challenges of our lives at the moment is social media, right? You're seeing posts. I read a post yesterday that said that Dubai had been hit again, right? And it looks extremely official. It looks very official. And everyone in the comments is saying, oh my God, not again. It started again. So now these people go and tell 10 other people. And before you know it, everyone thinks that it's all kicking off. And unfortunately, headlines spread very quickly. And there are, unfortunately, organizations and people who are sort of capitalizing on this because people react to fear.
Sure.
Right? People react to fear. So there are these headlines going around that, no one's hiring, Dubai's over, the UAE's dying, and everyone's leaving. And there are these headlines going around, and these things affect people more than reality.
Yeah.
These things affect people more than reality.
Right, yeah. Okay. No, it's good to kind of put it into some sort of context because I've seen posts. I was watching a report a couple of weeks ago, and it was it's a ghost town, and I was walking around thinking it's really not a ghost town. That's just wrong.
Yeah.
So it's erroneous reporting. Or what was the one at the weekend? It was I think it was UK media, and it was 1 in 8 Brits have left, and lots of people firing back. 7 out of 8 are still here. Probably most of those were tourists in the. So it's
people always leave Dubai. People always come and go. It's not a case where this is unique to now. People are coming and going all the time. Like if you've got, for anyone who has kids in school, they'll know that there are kids leaving the class all the time, kids coming back into the class all the time. It's a transient society. It's an expat society.
That's a very good point, because it's been school holidays as well.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Like it's an expat society, and unfortunately, one thing that does quite upset me is it seems like people around the world are relishing in what's happening. Almost like it seems like a lot of people are quite like excited about it to see like the UAE in a tight spot, and it's quite upsetting, really. And I think that does spread a little bit of negative perception.
I share that experience with you, because that's very much British media. But you know what? That's the build 'em up, knock 'em down mentality, and that's something you have to try and fight, I think.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: there's no kind of one size fits all response. What separates companies who are perhaps hiring quite aggressively from those that are pulling back at the moment, do you think?
Industry is obviously, of course, number one. If you're directly impacted, then that's going to be the first thing. The second thing would be their ability to react. Their ability to react to a disaster. And some organizations perhaps are, more leveraged on older methods, perhaps aren't really utilizing social media properly, perhaps are, not as advanced in terms of their hiring tools and how they actually secure talent. So they're struggling. And, there are certain things that will cause organizations to struggle. But I'd say the primary sort of one word to describe it is adaptability.
Right.
So their ability to adapt to something like this. I think that's the primary thing that dictates how well you're going to cope and whether or not you're going to kind of struggle with the scenario.
Okay. In your post, there was something you said, and I wanted to try and drill into this a little bit. We've got a few minutes. You said a job search should take 2 to 4 weeks.
Yes.
Right? Which is that's the piece of string, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that generally what you see generally, or is that now? How does that work?
So the truth on the matter is it should take 2 to 4 weeks if it needs to take 2 to 4 weeks. Your job search should take 2 to 4 weeks is essentially my tagline, if you will. Now, the reason that this came about was because the UAE is an extremely transient society. If someone loses their job, they need to head back to their home country. There's not much time for you to secure something else.
Yeah, the 30-day cancellation of visa thing.
Exactly.
Right.
It is possible for you to secure something in 2 to 4 weeks. It's not ideal.
Right.
In the ideal scenario, especially if you're relatively senior, you want to give yourself 2-3 months.
Sure.
It can be done in 2 to 4 weeks if it has to.
Right. Okay. And then the last thing, and this is great. Your post was, I talked to a few people, and then somebody responded to you. I just wanted to bring this up because I thought there are 2 reasons. Yes was a response to you. The masterpiece of nothingness, proudly brought to you by LinkedIn. I spoke with 3 founders, and we're already off 3, not 30, not 300, 3. Then the insights. Now, I thought a little bit unfair because a snapshot is a snapshot, right? And as you said, you've spoken to a few people. But I liked your response, because I thought it shut it down quite nicely, but you were so polite. You just said, glad you enjoyed the article, which I thought was good.
Look, I think as someone who's saying stuff like that, I don't think they're looking for a well-thought-out response, right? I think it's more of a jab than an actual inquisition for information.
But I like you fronting up on social media that way. That was good. It's good to talk to you. Zachary Bennett is a talent partner at the recruitment firm Professional Pyramid. Thanks for coming in.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me back.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, has arrived in Beijing on an official visit to China. The trip aims to strengthen bilateral ties and expand cooperation across key sectors. The visit reflects the shared commitment of the UAE and China to deepen their strategic partnership. It also focuses on boosting investment and economic cooperation. South Korea plans to expand its free trade agreement network into emerging markets, including Latin America and Africa, to diversify supply chains. Finance Minister Koo Yoon-chul said the move is aimed at supporting export growth and strengthening economic resilience. He noted that global trade is shifting due to weaker multilateral rules and rising competition among major economies. According to Yonhap news agency, this strategy will also target regions such as Southeast Asia. China's export growth likely slowed in March as global demand weakens and energy costs rise. Tensions in the Middle East have also added pressure on markets. Exports are expected to have risen about 9% compared to last year, according to a Reuters poll. This is much slower than earlier in the year. Disruptions linked to the Strait of Hormuz have raised concerns about oil and shipping flows. AI-related tech exports are still helping China, but higher fuel and transport costs are starting to slow the demand. U.S. President Donald Trump said oil and gasoline prices may remain high through November's midterm elections. He called it a possible short-term effect of the conflict with Iran. Speaking to Fox News, he said prices could stay around the same or slightly higher. He also highlighted that fuel costs have already risen in recent weeks across the U.S. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading slightly over 71,000 US dollars. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.42 Indian rupees, 75.90 Pakistani rupees, 33.41 Bangladeshi taka, 16.44 Philippine peso, 14.50 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM, and we're talking currency markets. Now, they move fast, they maneuver very quickly. The US dollar has strengthened. Several Asian currencies have weakened in the last hours, I suppose, and it raises questions about what that means for expats sending money home from the UAE. So to discuss the currency outlook, remittance trends, and how perhaps even fintech is shaping the future of money transfers is Sareen Mehebi. She is the Group Senior Manager of Corporate Comms, Investor Relations at Al Ansari Financial Services. That's the parent company of Al Ansari Exchange, very well known here in the Emirates. Sareen, good to have you in the studio.
I'm glad to have you here. Glad to be here, actually.
Good to meet you as well. So, look, let's just jump straight in because, as always, lots going on, particularly at the moment, given the backdrop. Currency markets have been volatile, let's put it that way. When is it ever anything else, I suppose? But the US dollar has been strengthening. It means that in one of the knock-on effects, if you like, is that Asian currencies are under pressure. To start with, how does that shape remittance activity from here in the UAE at the moment? What are you guys seeing?
So ideally, currency markets move based on what's happening around the world, like geopolitical tension, investor sentiment, or supply and demand. So when this uncertainty happens, people naturally tend to move to assets they trust.
Sure.
Like US dollars and gold.
Yeah.
So what does this mean for remittances? Actually, for the Asian home currencies, this will benefit actually families back home, which they will receive a greater value from the amount that they transferred. So actually, this will help keep the remittance flow steady.
Okay, so currencies like the Indian rupee, Pakistani rupee, the peso, the Philippine peso, the Bangladeshi taka, when they weaken against the dollar, how do expats typically react in terms of what they send? What's the habit, if you like?
Okay, the habit exactly when this weakens in the Asian currency. So actually, expatriates do not pull back; they send even more. Really? They want to support families and their own families. Especially, they want to take advantage of the rate while it lasts. Sure. So their family receive more value of the money than being transferred.
Do you expect the volatility that we've seen in the currency markets to drive higher remittance volumes right now, particularly across from the UAE, the corridors from the UAE?
So there is one thing I would like to highlight, that remittances are not a luxury. It's a lifeline. That's why this sector holds up well, regardless of the broader economy of what's happening around us. People still need to send money back home, and this is essential. And they usually tend to rise according to key occasions, holidays, and even when the exchange rate is favorable, this is when the opportunity arises. But there is one important thing I would like to mention, that the customers today is not the same as the customer before. So what it means that nowadays, they are more tech savvy. They monitor the exchange online, so they keep well informed about what's happening with the currency movement. So they make strategic decisions when to transfer, the time to transfer, especially across the key corridors like India, Philippines, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Egypt. These are the top 5 corridors, actually.
Well, it's interesting because it's a habit, isn't it?
Yes.
Remitting money. That's the thing. But it used to be that you'd go to the exchange, you would queue, and it would be, Saturday morning, whatever it was, that was your time. But now it's on your phone.
Exactly.
So you can monitor. So people are really doing that.
They're watching every minute of what's happening. Really? So it's like now people are more well informed what's happening with the currency movement. So they made really the decision on when to transfer money. So the customer behavior has changed than before.
The UAE is a huge remittance hub, one of the world's largest. That much we do know. How Here's the word that we've been using for the last 5 weeks every day at some point. Resilient. There
Exactly,
you go.
I can say it.
I love that you
Business
can
are
predict it.
resilient.
That's what we're talking about. But how resilient is it as a sector, the remittance sector, if you like, when you look at the uncertainty we have? Because the economic uncertainty, I mean, it's a global issue, as it always is.
It is. So the remittance sector has consistently shown a strong stability during the period of uncertainty. And why? Because transfers is primarily driven by essential households. Like people transfer money back home to pay education, to pay healthcare, to pay everyday life expenses. So this make it not an optional for them. Actually, this is like more of a part of their regular financial responsibility to support their family. And also, like, of course, on the short term, there will be always ups and downs.
Sure.
But the constant need will always be there, is to transfer money back home. So that is the long-term story that we are confident about.
Okay.
So also I want to tap on that the UAE also plays an important factor as a global hub of remittances, supported by strong regulatory environment, advanced financial infrastructure, and continued economic stability, all of which support reliable and secure transfer cross borders.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about, I mean, look, how important is a hybrid model in the remittance landscape? Because that's really what we see, isn't it?
It is. It is. And it's still happening to date. For the remittance industry landscape, it's still very important.
Right.
Yes, we continue investing in the digital. The digital adoption is increasingly going up, but yet we should not forget that the physical access is still important, especially to people who doesn't have access to traditional banking. And also we give them the flexibility and convenience to do a transfer. Like, for example, they can start their transferring from the mobile app, and we have an option, pay at the branch, and they can continue it at the branch with a very competitive rate.
Okay, so you could lock that rate.
Exactly.
And then head to the branch physically with cash to do that.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So, and actually, this is the advantage we have over fintechs. The mix of these, because most of the time, people who are transferring money, like, for example, let's take India. India is a huge country. Whenever they want to do transfer online, maybe they don't know where to transfer, where it will reach, which village.
Okay.
So they want to start it at the mobile app, and then they go to the branch and ask them questions. And the advantage we have that we have a multilingual support at the branches. We have up to 14 language there, so they can understand which country, which village, so they speak their language as well. So this is very important to tap on, that both are important, the physical and the online.
Okay, I've got you. So digital adoption, I mean, we're all digital, maybe not digital natives, but we're all adopting digital services in one way or another. It's accelerated significantly across financial services. What kinds of things are you seeing among your customers when it comes to mobile remittance, or maybe or wallet services, for example?
Yeah. So actually, yes, the trend is rising when it comes to mobile remittances and digital wallet. For example, Central Bank has recently enabled for service providers to provide microfinancing. What is microfinancing? Microfinancing, it's a salary-linked product where people can access to funds whenever they need it. It's a salary advance to their payday, so they can ask for up to 50% from their payday and even transfer it before they get paid, so they can transfer the money back home. So we see a demand and rise toward these kind of flexible financial tool, because especially tapping on people who doesn't have access to traditional banking. So it removes the burden on the economy and the pressure on the well-being of these customers not to go through a costly traditional borrowing. So we're moving away actually from being just transferring money to a broader financial resource, especially to people who doesn't have access to banking, traditional banking.
Well, that would be the impression that I get, outside looking in. I mean, the thing, it's clear that lots of expat workers rely on cash. People like a physical location, I suppose, as well, to go to do that. I suppose there's a sort of a security in that. as well, isn't there? But how do you balance that? So expanding your digital services and keep the branches as well, because that's a real balancing act, isn't it?
Yes, there is a balancing act, and we agree that both experience are extremely important.
Yeah.
We have about 75% of our customers, they still go to branch actually. So it's a significant portion. So that's why we provide more accessibility, reachability, and more guidance, whether in the branch, which is mainly the branch. And we see it that the digital will not replace the branch. Actually, it extends it, especially in the remittance industry landscape. So people who will prefer to do the online, they go do it the online. People prefer to do the branch, they go ahead to the branch. So that's why we are equally working on giving a great experience on both, which is the digital and the branch.
I didn't realize it was 75% people still going to branches.
Yes, it is.
I mean, my experience, quite often I do something just through the bank, and I know it's probably more expensive, but maybe it's just because I'm lazy, because I can't afford to get in the car. Financial inclusion, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that, because I'm interested. It's a major global issue, isn't it? How important is it to you in the remittance sector? As you kind of broaden your appeal as well, you've talked about that. How important is that in providing financial services, more accessible financial services for people if they don't have like traditional bank access?
Yes. So financial inclusion remains a core strength of the remittance industry.
Yeah.
And that is where our role in financial inclusion really stand out. The product we offer, especially for those people who doesn't have access to banking, put us right where they need us the most. So it's simple. These customers rely on us. We have about 65% of customers that they transfer about 1,500 or even less to their home country. And these rely on us heavily because why? It's very simple. Because we're reachable, we're convenient. We have more than 280 branches. We are in every corner. Even at branch level, the way we serve them, the way we operate, the way we speak to them, we speak their language. So this is very important. Even we are training them to acquire the digital adoption from their side. We are doing that as well. But still, they still prefer to use the traditional way. And the bond that we have with them, which is built around their daily lives. So,
it's interesting. You said something there where, branches on every corner kind of thing, lots of branches. Is that how you see it? That it's not like the corner shop, but, you're offering a service in that way.
Yes.
Is that maybe one of the ways you want to get across, what you offer people?
Yes, actually, we want to be close to them wherever they are. And this is very important.
Okay. Let's look back at COVID. There are lots of comparisons with the COVID times. I don't know how to describe that period, but there are some correlations between that and where we are at the moment in terms of, economic uncertainty, of course. Remittance services were classified as essential in the UAE during COVID. What were the lessons at that time for the industry? And as well as that, are there any of those lessons that you are currently applying at the moment?
Yeah. Actually, it's a great question because when the world came to a standstill, we remained open. As you mentioned, we were designated by authorities as essential, similarly to hospitals, pharmacies, banks as well. So every single branch remained operational. And that was not just a business decision. It was more of a responsibility we felt deeply. So think about who our customers are. Customers, they are relying on us to transfer money back home, disregard of COVID or not, what's happening. So we have 65% of these, they are transferring money. And they are often on tight budget and they don't have any other financial option available to them.
Sure.
So a closed branch, to be honest, is not only an inconvenience for them. Actually, it's a real problem to real consequences to thousands of families across borders. So the biggest lesson we learned how resilient is the remittance behavior itself. So the remittance is not only resilience; it's essential actually. So people continue sending money, and according to World Bank, there is a trend about the remittance behavior. that people still continue to transfer money despite of the uncertainty, whether COVID or whether the geopolitical tension we have.
I would think it's even more important in times of uncertainty.
Exactly.
There's that kind of fear factor. Am I going to be able to do it? It becomes even more of a priority.
Exactly.
Maybe. There's some questions that I wanted to ask you, a few questions that have come in, actually. First of all, let's look at Jesse. This is interesting. Is there the best day to send money home? Jesse's
Yes.
clearly from the Philippines. Is there a good day to send
Okay.
money to the Philippines?
Actually, there isn't the best day to transfer money, but
Right.
what I can say, they can, first thing, they can monitor the exchange rate. And as I mentioned, when the home currency weakens, that means they transfer more because they're back home, they will get more value out of it. So the first thing they can do is look at the exchange rate. And the second thing, what I can advise, is to always go through the license regulated channel. Because yes, it might be cheaper to go with an unregulated channel, because some of them are providing free remittances, but that doesn't mean that their money will reach fast, or there would be no security to that. So it happens, like people go through unregulated channels and they transfer money, but the money never received, or even the money takes time to reach. So this is my advice to Jessie. She needs to ensure look at the exchange rate, and then look at through which channel she is transferring. She needs to follow the regulated license by central bank. That's very important.
Yeah, okay. Muzammil, two questions actually from Muzammil. The first one is this: how do you stay competitive with new players? People like, and these are convenient things, Jingle Pay or Kareem Pay or EN Money, for example.
Yes. I know we have seen lots of fintech players actually emerging. And as I mentioned, one of our advantage that we offer is our hybrid model. And this is something that they don't have. We have this infrastructure set to cater to all type of customers. And another thing, that the remittances is our core business, unlike fintechs, it's not. So what we do, fintechs, they deal with aggregators. For us, we deal directly. We have a direct relationship across more than 250 banks globally. And this shows, this will improve actually reachability, access, and even the quality that we are delivering. So, and as I said, that we are everywhere. People can start here. If they have questions, they go to the branch, they can ask. And this is something fintechs, they don't have.
Okay, let's look at Muzammil's second question, because I'm looking at this as it came in and thinking I should be following rates much more closely, because I don't pay enough attention, and I could probably save some money here and there. But so that's what I'm thinking when I'm reading the question. But his question is, if FX rates are the same, or there's very little difference between them, why would you use a traditional remittance service like Al Ansari, for example?
So FX, it's only one part of the remittance experience.
Okay.
So it's like the whole component. When they wanted to exchange money, of course, they want to transfer as well. So that's why, as I said, that it's our advantage if they want to do all these experience. They can come and exchange money, and if they want to ask how much the rate for the transfer, they can do so. So it's not only about the FX exchange; it's the whole experience that we give. And as I mentioned, remittance is our core business. So this is something, and also I would like to tap on is the trust. We have 60 years.
I was just thinking that.
Yes.
That was the word in my head.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Actually, this year, a special year for us, we are celebrating the 60 year. So we have built trust across generations of customers, and that doesn't happen overnight. Exactly. So this is something to be proud of.
Yeah.
And we are credible, we are licensed, and that's something actually to...
Well, it's critical in any financial service industry sector, isn't it? That trust is the key thing.
It is the key thing, exactly.
We've got time for a couple more questions. There's two here that I think are probably worth asking you. Do you think at the moment people are moving money faster, or are people holding on to their money longer?
As I mentioned, this business is highly highly resilient. So often it rises due according to occasional holidays, some key occasions. And especially when the foreign currency weakens, we often see a trend rise in that. So they need to keep monitoring the exchange rate and also make sure they transfer through the license, through the right channel.
Do the research.
So
really.
exactly. Do the research, exactly.
Okay. Final question, no name on this either. What are the biggest mistakes? This is the advice question, I think.
Yeah.
The biggest mistakes that people make during currency volatility. What comes immediately to mind?
To mind, okay. So I'm going to tap on something that, as I mentioned, that this is essential. Remittance is very essential. Like the petrol, even it goes up and down, people still need to transfer. So
that's a good analogy. I like that. Okay, yeah. I'm going to use that.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So now the World Bank, usually they do annual price check. So the cost of remittance cost on average globally, it's 6.3%. But for the UAE, it's less than 3%. So the remittance cost is lower. It's on the lower side. So what I can say that the first mistake they can do is not monitor the exchange rate.
Okay.
They can still transfer because, as I said, the low cost of remittance is low compared to other countries. And the second one is the mistake they do is they don't transfer through the licensed and regulated channel.
Okay.
So that's very important to keep in mind.
That's much more of an issue than I realized. You've mentioned that a few times.
It is an issue because it's emerging a lot. A lot of cases we're hearing people are transferring money, the money is not reaching. You were seeing a lot of rise of fintechs. They're offering free remittances, but that's not going to last. It doesn't mean because now they're bleeding money and then they're going to go back and set their own rate. So what they're doing, they're getting attention of the customers.
That's an incentive to
exactly.
people,
Exactly. It's an incentive to create stickiness for them, and then they will start charging.
Okay.
So that's very important actually for people to understand that, because people, they're seeing lots of ads and do this free remittances all the time, and even they're giving them cash, even some money as well, some fintechs.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. I know what I'm going to Google later. I'm generally not.
You have to go through Lansari.
I do. Apparently that's the case. Serene Mahabi is Group Senior Manager, Corporate Communications, Investor Relations at Al Ansari Financial Services, which is the parent company of Al Ansari Exchange. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
morning, it's 11 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. China's export growth likely slowed in March as global demand weakens and energy costs rise. Tensions in the Middle East have also added pressure on markets. Exports are expected to have risen about 9% compared to last year, according to a Reuters poll. This is much slower than earlier in the year. Disruptions linked to the Strait of Hormuz have raised concerns about oil and shipping flows. AI-related tech exports are still helping China, but higher fuel and transport costs are starting to slow demand. U.S. President Donald Trump said oil and gasoline prices may remain high through November's midterm elections. He called it a possible short-term effect of the conflict with Iran. Speaking to Fox News, he said prices could stay around the same or slightly higher. He also highlighted that fuel costs have already risen in recent weeks across the U.S. Oil prices jumped in early trading today. This comes amid rising Middle East tensions and fears of supply disruptions. U.S. benchmark West Texas Intermediate climbed over 8% to $105 a barrel. Brent crude also rose nearly 8% to $103. Meanwhile, Murban crude slipped slightly. Natural gas prices edged higher. During the shifting global market sentiment and stronger U.S. dollar, gold prices fell today to a near one-week low. Spot gold dropped about 1% to $4,694 per ounce, its lowest level since April 7th. U.S. gold futures for June delivery also fell around 1% to $4,717. Other precious metals also weakened. Silver fell about 2%, while platinum declined around 1%. Palladium, however, bucked the trend, rising about 1%. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
The impact of the Iran conflict is being felt in global healthcare supply chains, but systems are still holding. Shipping disruptions, tightening medicine flows, while companies and governments work to keep supplies moving. Joining us to break this down, to get some more detail on Mira Business FM, we're joined by Prashant Yadav, who is Senior Fellow for Global Health at the Council on Foreign Relations. Joins us from New York. It's midnight with you, Prashant, so I appreciate you staying up to join us.
Not at all. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you with us. We've got some much better news this morning here, so that's a good thing. We've been so concentrated on energy and defense, of course, in terms of news cycles. But the movement of life-saving medicine has faced such a logistical gauntlet and will continue to for some time, I guess. The just-in-time healthcare model has been tested over the last 5 weeks by the tensions that we've experienced here in the Middle East. Despite disruptions, supply chains are still functioning. To begin with, what's helping keep medicines moving?
Two things. One is inventory buffers. I think many management consulting firms, efficiency academics, I count myself in that group at times, we've always asked the question, why is there so much inventory? But the reality is that pharmaceutical companies hold about 3 months on an average of finished product stock, about 3 months of raw material stock. Wholesalers in the system keep about a month or month and a half of inventory, and a retail pharmacy keeps about 15 days of inventory. So if you add that up, we're talking about 6+ months of inventory between raw material till the patient. That's what is keeping us alive, and I think in some ways we've got to re-ask the question, should the efficiency drivers be as strict for this industry as we may have for other products? The second thing that's keeping things going is that agility in the system. Companies, cargo operators, wholesalers, distributors have all done rerouting of their cargoes. So many of their cargo routes, which were going through GCC airports, if they required picking up a new airline carrier, they've done those reroutings, made sure that the product gets to this destination. So rerouting and sufficient inventory buffers in the system is what's keeping us going.
Let me ask you, and you're well placed to answer this, I think, with your view from outside the region. What is it about the Gulf, the region as a whole, that makes it so important when it comes to pharmaceuticals logistics?
I mean, the Gulf is for not just for pharmaceuticals, for a lot of products. It is truly the bridge between Asia, Europe, Africa, India, and to some degree the US. And the same role plays out in the pharmaceutical industry. There is a lot of generic manufacturing that happens in India, which comes to the GCC countries, but also to Europe and Africa and routes through the Gulf. Also, medicines produced in Europe, which are going to GCC and going to South Asia, pass through the Gulf. I think it's important to keep in mind that the life sciences industry supply chain, medicines, medical products, other things in the medical business, they depend on a few things. They depend upon reliability, they depend upon customs efficiency, they depend upon having multimodal links, which means using an ocean vessel and an air cargo combination. They depend upon having good cold chain and reliable cold chain infrastructure. All of that exists in one geography in the Gulf because of its unique geographical location and the investments that have gone into building this capacity, both by the airline carriers, but also by large logistics companies, an example would be DP World. And that's what makes a lot of flow transship, even if it's not coming directly to a GCC country, it is getting transshipped. Sometimes it's coming in an ocean vessel to Dubai, going out on a plane. Sometimes it's coming on a plane, going on a plane. Sometimes it's using trucks. Sometimes it's coming in the other direction. All of this stuff is happening. There are bonded warehouses that are storing the product while it is just waiting to find the next cargo ship or the cargo load on a plane. And there is sufficient investment in cold chain, which is important for many of the products. So I think a combination of these factors have made the Gulf region quite important for pharma logistics.
Can I ask you, Prashant, it's been an extraordinary time the last 5 weeks, of course, but what adjustments have you seen from companies, have you seen companies making to mitigate the effect of delays or shortages or to avoid delays and shortages?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, a lot of pharmaceutical companies and distribution companies that work on their behalf were in the first 2 weeks of March were rerouting their cargoes, right? So they were figuring out if they cannot move their cargo through a Gulf airline, can they find an alternative carrier which can take it through a different airport? Over time, they figured out they could still bring it to the Gulf airport, but figured out new ways of getting it to its destination. The same was happening for product that's sitting in drums coming on an ocean vessel, some of which is active pharmaceutical ingredient, the precursors and chemicals that go into making medicines that come to Europe from India and from other parts of the world. So again, those are figuring out which route to take. If they cannot go to the Suez Canal, can they go down through the south of Africa? All of these things were happening on a very fast turnaround time. So that's one thing that's been happening. The second thing that's been happening is that people in anticipation have started building up their inventories a little bit. So if I'm a wholesaler and I know that there is a disruption upstream that is likely, I want to hold up and put a little bit more in stock. So some wholesalers have started holding a little bit more in stock. Again, this depends upon whether the region or the distributor or the wholesaler has sufficient working capital to put money up front. That's not always the case in all regions of the world, right? Some regions of the world, there is sufficient banking and credit for wholesalers to do that. In other regions of the world, such as in Africa and some parts of South Asia, that's not the case. So they work on thinner inventories they can build up. But yeah, those are the kinds of changes people have been making in the first 2-3 weeks of March.
Hopefully some slightly better news this morning. I was going to ask you if you anticipated any shortage issues for essential medicines in the Middle East and South Asia. Hopefully we see the ceasefire continue for a lot longer than 2 weeks. But I think the question still applies. Are you anticipating any shortage issues?
Look, it depends upon the duration of closures and the impact also on prices of petrochemical curses, right? So 2 things are at play. One is shipments that were stuck. That's largely a cargo and a transport problem. And then the second is it's a question of total production. So if total production has come down, examples are helium that goes into not necessarily for medicines, but for MRI machines or other petrochemicals like propylene, benzene, whose prices are going up because total supply may be curtailed. Those impacts are going to last for longer. And that's where it may not translate into a shortage, but it might translate into a small price increase, definitely. And it might translate into only those companies who are buying them with better customer credit terms are the ones who may get those supplies. So it may reallocate supply a little bit, which in some cases may require a wholesaler to rethink who they buy from, or a company to rethink who they source their raw materials from, because these shortages have very complex pathways in how they manifest themselves.
High-value biologics and vaccines often move by air. The bulk of essential medicines, antibiotics and saline, and the generics move by sea. How do you read the backlogs at regional ports? Are they being dealt with without impacting, current local inventories in hospitals?
Yeah, so for the most part, yes. I think in particular, things which are sensitive, such as vaccines and insulin and biologics and cancer therapies, I think they do get priority if the consignee has declared them to be time sensitive and temperature sensitive shipment. Even if a port is backlogged, there is an attempt to expedite them. So I think for the most part it's working, but it's only a matter of, once again, I'm going back to what I said earlier, which is it's a matter of duration, right? It's working because we have stuff upstream that we are trying to bring from existing buffers. But once you exhaust those buffers, then it's not just about the port expediting, then it's just that overall supply starts to become a constraint. But it is a question mark for many temperature sensitive products which we hold less in inventory, because generic medicines, oral solids, the pills and capsules, you can hold in inventory for many months. They don't require cold chain. But vaccines, insulin, biologics, cancer drugs, you only hold a month or at times even less in inventory, because you have to store them in cold storage. And storing in cold storage is expensive. Total cold storage space is limited. And so those are the ones which become the riskiest or the highest risk products.
It's interesting that, because look, the requirements for cold chain are so important, and if you have regional transport routes that are less predictable, perhaps power stability is being tested, that creates an added pressure, doesn't it? How do suppliers protect those flows?
Yeah, so when someone is shipping, let's say a pharmaceutical company is shipping using a cargo operator, an airport agency, they have a system which they over time develop standard operating procedures. They more or less iron out any wrinkles in the system so that nothing sits for longer than what it is supposed to sit. And all of the temperature loggers are monitoring temperatures, and all of that information is being exchanged on every handshake that's happening between a company, its cargo operator, the airline operator, the CNF agent, the airport agent, and so on. But once you change and reroute, which means once you start using a different airline, a different cargo company, that's when things become trickier. And at that time, the standard operating procedures have not necessarily been established, because you're working with a new company. And in such instances, there are chances that the temperature logger information is not appropriately captured, or some standard operating procedure is not appropriately followed, and that creates risks in the cold chain, which are not always simple and straightforward to mitigate.
Do you think that the situation that we've, experienced, that we've seen in the last 5 weeks, it could actually have an effect of accelerating improvements or maybe diversification in supply chains?
A couple of things stand out, and I think every time we face a disruption of this level, we get reminded of this. One is supply chain visibility, right? Given the complexity of multiple actors in the system between a factory gate of a manufacturer till the time it gets to a patient or a pharmacy dispenses it, there are multiple actors involved. Because of which, it becomes important to know where is product sitting, how much is sitting where, right? And despite many years of capital expenditure in developing the IT infrastructure for visibility, we don't have sufficient visibility for any actor in the system to say, I can track how much of my incoming shipment is sitting where. So I think this reinforces the fact that the entire set of actors in the pharmaceutical supply chain have to invest more in building supply chain visibility. That's the first part. I think it's a reminder to people. It's a sobering reminder. The second is diversification, right? I mean, we have a high degree of concentration of medicines getting manufactured in certain geographies in the world, right? They come from India, they come from China, they go through some airports in the Gulf. Like the points that could potentially become choke points are highly concentrated around a few regions in the world, right? And in a post-COVID-19, countries had started asking the question, to what extent can they at least make the medicines that are most critical for their health system within their geographical boundary, or at least within their regional jurisdiction? I think that is another part which will get somewhat amplified at the end of this, the Iran conflict. And I think hopefully people will take the diversification idea somewhat more thoughtfully.
What about in terms of pricing? Are companies able to, what this means, are companies able to absorb or pass on costs gradually?
Yeah, so it depends on the type of product, right? So if it is a generic medicine which costs very little, right? So the basic staples of medicines we take, antibiotics, analgesics, they cost very little. They're inexpensive. And there, the cost of the petrochemical precursors that go into them or the active ingredients that go into them is a significant portion of the end cost. That's where the pinch on prices will be felt the most, because as propylene prices go up, benzene prices go up, so would be the prices of the active ingredients. So the generic companies are working on very thin margins. It's hard for them to absorb 5, 10, 15% increases in raw material costs. The innovative pharmaceutical companies, the ones that make advanced therapies, advanced cancer, insulin, they have higher margins, and the cost of raw material is not that significant a component of their total cost of goods sold. So for them, it's a little bit easier to absorb, and the price increase in the raw material doesn't necessarily impact them that much. So I think that's where we'll see a difference between inexpensive generic medicines, where we may feel the pinch a little bit, and for the more advanced medicines, this doesn't have much of a price impact.
Prashant, the UAE and Saudi Arabia as well have invested heavily in sovereign healthcare and local manufacturing, Life Pharma, Julfa, for example. To what extent is this regional manufacturing base, to what extent is it acted as a firewall, if you like, for the Gulf?
Yeah, so I think some of the manufacturing in Saudi, for example, looks at cancer medicines, right? And then it raises questions as to nobody can be completely self-reliant on all medicines, right? So you have to make choices about which ones should we make regionally and which ones can we continue to import from outside. Now, no matter how you make that choice, you find yourself in situations where you said, let's make our cancer medicines regionally or domestically, and let's keep importing our antibiotics from outside. Now suddenly you realize you don't have antibiotics. So it's hard to say you can make everything in a geography. In particular, many of the medicines require very specialized capabilities. So it will always be a case in terms of, okay, we invest in regional manufacturing, it takes care of some portion of our risk, but some portion of the risk will still depend upon imports, and that needs to be managed through diversification, which means imports, but imports coming from multiple places, and secondly, like I said, through supply chain visibility.
Yeah, and there's a reliance, isn't there, on raw ingredients from India, from China, from wherever, and at the moment, those kinds of things may be caught up in shipping delays as well, I guess.
Yeah, so there is an extremely high degree of concentration of where the active pharmaceutical ingredients come from to pharmaceutical manufacturing around the world. So no matter where finished product manufacturing is happening, its active ingredients come to a very large degree from China, to some degree from India. And that concentration is an upstream choke point for pharmaceutical supply chains across the world.
At the Council of Foreign Relations, you monitor supply chain sovereignty very carefully. I know that. And I get that I've asked you to speculate a little bit this morning. But do you think we're seeing a more permanent shift where nations maybe stop relying on global hubs and move towards kind of a hyper-local stockpiling? From a medical perspective, I mean.
Yeah, so I think countries are rethinking how much should they stockpile, how much of an inventory buffer they should keep. It's an active conversation here in the United States, it's in Europe, in many countries in the world. So one is stockpiling, keeping sufficient buffer so that when there is a disruption, there is sufficient supply to take care of acute needs in the health system. The second is manufacturing closer to the points of demand, right? And that could mean making it in countries in the region versus very long supply chains. That's once again a very active policy debate and conversation around the world, here in the US, in Europe, in GCC countries, in India. So I think multiple regions are asking this question. It's not straightforward to do it for many medicines just because your dependency is not just on formulating the medicines, it's on finding the active pharmaceutical ingredients, which oftentimes are very scale dependent. So there are some very large factories which make them for the entire world. Now fragmenting that comes at a little bit of a cost. So then it becomes a question of how much of a cost premium is a country willing to bear in order to achieve this resilience in their supply chain.
Final couple of questions. We've got a few minutes left. Very broadly, how are governments and regulators helping stabilize the situation?
So governments are predominantly asking, what should we keep in stockpile? Should we put more product in buffer inventory if the private industry in the market itself is not holding sufficient product in inventory, right? So that's a government role. Can we expedite procurement and hold product in a stockpile, in a buffer? That's the government role. Regulators, this hasn't been activated yet because there isn't really a shortage that has manifested itself, but the regulators are ready, or at least some of them are thinking about, in case there is a shortage, how can they create some regulatory flexibility so that if you cannot get from a manufacturer or the set of manufacturers that are currently registered in the country, can you do an expedited review and allow importation from a new manufacturer which may not be listed in the country at the moment? So that's the kind of regulatory flexibility that they are preparing for as scenarios. I'm not saying all regulators around the world are, but at least some of them are. So that's the regulatory role.
Prashant, we're pretty much out of time, unfortunately, but I really appreciate you joining us. I know it's late with you. You're joining us online from New York. Prashant Yadav is the Senior Fellow for Global Health at the Council on Foreign Relations. Thanks for joining us at Mira Business FM.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's the Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning. It's 11:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Amid regional tensions and pressure on shipping routes, keeping supermarket shelves stocked has become a key challenge. Supply chains are being adjusted to ensure essential goods continue reaching the UAE. DP World is prioritizing critical cargo and working closely with government and industry partners to keep imports moving. In an exclusive interview with Gulf News, Ahmed Yusuf Al Hassan, CEO and Managing Director of DP World GCC, said the strategy follows a clear priority system. It prioritizes essential goods such as food, pharmaceuticals, and agricultural items first. The U.S. military says that it will begin a blockade of Iranian ports at 10 a.m. Eastern Time today, raising tensions despite a temporary ceasefire. U.S. President Donald Trump said the 2-week truce with Iran is holding well after weekend talks in Islamabad failed to reach a breakthrough. Iran has warned it will retaliate against any military vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. South Korea plans to expand its free trade agreement network into emerging markets, including Latin America and Africa, to diversify supply chains. Finance Minister Koo Yoon-chul said the move is aimed at supporting export growth and strengthening economic resilience. He noted that global trade is shifting due to weaker multilateral rules and rising competition among the major economies. According to the Yonhap news agency, the strategy will also target regions such as Southeast Asia. U.S. President Donald Trump said oil and gasoline prices may remain high through November's midterm elections. He called it a possible short-term effect of the conflict with Iran. Speaking to Fox News, he said prices could stay around the same or slightly higher, and he also highlighted that fuel costs have already risen in recent weeks across the U.S. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $70,738 and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.42 Indian rupees, 75.90 Pakistani rupees, 33.41 Bangladeshi taka, 16.44 Philippine peso, 14.50 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. For more news, follow us on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM, and right now we're looking at a new report from Fitch Ratings, and it's highlighting how UAE banks are navigating real estate exposure, particularly given the situation we're in. Heightened geopolitical tension is the order of the moment, of course. Anton Loptin is a senior director of financial institutions, banks at Fitch Ratings, and is here with perspective, I think, on how banks are managing the challenges at the moment and where the opportunities and that word again, resilience, may lie for the UAE economy. Anton, it's good of you to join us. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, team.
Good to have you with me. Your latest report on UAE banks, let's start there. UAE banks and real estate exposure, published, it was last week, wasn't it? What were the key findings, first of all?
I think we've been extremely busy in recent weeks since the conflict has started, as you can imagine. We have published a lot of different commentaries and special reports on potential spillovers for different companies and banks across the globe. Of course, GCC and the UAE are most affected, but basically, I think it's important to start saying that we're still within our base case.
Right.
And what we mean by our base case, we expect this conflict to be resolved in upcoming few weeks. So basically, within the months, we expect a resolution. If there is no resolution within the months, we start thinking about a stress scenario.
Right.
And this report, which you're referring to, which we published last week, actually describes what-if scenario. What will happen with the banks if we start thinking about stress, about the stress case.
Yeah.
So what we've done, we stressed our portfolio of about 20 banks, which we rate in the UAE. And I think there are two main aspects to think about or to discuss today. The first one is a near-term perspective. It's about funding and liquidity. And the second one is more about asset quality and / capital and profitability, and it's more like a longer-term spillover if the conflict lasts longer than we anticipate.
Okay. I mean, I want to delve into all of that over the course of the next 15, 20 minutes or so. But it seems like, to me, increasingly over time, this is what happens anyway. But in particular at the moment, asset quality is, whether it's a new watchword, that's probably the wrong phrase, but it is the watchword, isn't it, for the UAE's big banks. And I suppose the longer the conflict goes, as you point out, that translates into asset quality risks for the banks. And that's something that is obviously being considered heavily at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the main risk from a longer term perspective. Yeah. And we focus usually on the real estate. You know, we do the same for all banking sectors across the Middle East, across GCC, you know, and the other teams are doing the same for their portfolios in corporate, for example, or for the sovereigns. Well, we do this across all the teams. I think the UAE is a bit specific because real estate is still important for the UAE banks, put it this way.
Sure.
So it's still about 13% of total credit banks currently have on their books. Different banks' exposure is different, proportions are different. Some banks have more than 20%, other banks have less than 10%, but it's still, on average, it's still an important part. It's probably historically lowest composition or proportion of real estate, corporate real estate. We, more focused on corporate real estate rather than mortgage financing.
Sure.
So I think currently it's historically lowest ratio or contribution of real estate into the credit, and this is because real estate market has been performing, such well since the COVID, since 2022. Prices went up by 60%. So it was very, very strong period for real estate companies.
Yeah.
And that's why they repaid. They didn't need such a leverage they used to have in past, before the COVID and during the past crises. But nevertheless, now they're entering this potential crisis or stress case, as I just described, with strong caution. And banks are still exposed. And why real estate is important for UAE banks? Because if there is a prolonged conflict, and for example, confidence is very important for the UAE, right? And if confidence is undermined by this conflict, and for example, people start leaving Dubai, start leaving UAE, and taking their money back, taking their investments, selling their assets in panic, which is probably not a great decision to do. But if they do it, of course, it will put pressure on prices.
Yeah.
And pressure on prices will result in a lower cash flow for some of these companies, and lower cash flows will translate in a weaker credit performance. And that's why I'm talking about the longer term. In the longer term, this could undermine asset quality of these banks.
That's right. And we should stress that this is a stress test case,
Absolutely.
This report. That's the point. I mean, most of the headlines at the moment are focused on really energy and shipping, obviously. And you've identified that the primary risk to banks isn't, direct damage from the conflict, but it's that tightening liquidity or declining property values that could, as you pointed out there, it's that ripple effect into the system, isn't it? Most observers of real estate in the UAE would have agreed with your original predictions of a moderate correction. We were kind of expecting a recalibration, maybe, or a correction of sorts. 15%, I think it was.
Yeah.
2026.
Yeah.
2025 was a gangbusters year, I think it's been described as. Given the spillovers of the conflict, and as you say, hopefully a short-term resolution, how are you revising your thinking in that regard?
Currently it's hard to update our forecast because too many uncertainties, obviously. But you're right. We published our forecast actually about a year ago in May 2025, saying that we expect up to 15%.
Yep.
Actually, because most quotes said that Fitch expects 15%, but we said up to 15%. So this could be 5, 7, 10, or whatever, right?
Correct me.
No, it's absolutely fine. And I think for now, decline could be higher than that. And the question is how everyone will manage that, right? And because I'm a banking analyst, so I can speak more about banks, and I would say that banks have strengthened their underwriting standard, their risk appetite, and actually regulation has strengthened in the UAE, and banks became more conservative in terms of type of assets, type of customers they booking on their asset side in terms of financing they're providing to which type of customers, to borrowers, right? And I would say that, I've been covering UAE for around 15 years, and I've seen like books of the banks 15 years ago and before the COVID. And, the approach, how they do this lending has definitely changed. They became more conservative. For example, they do not, like in past 15 years ago, they could provide financing to a new company wishing to, for example, to build up a new project without any collateral. It's not possible now at all.
Right.
So most of these exposures, which they have in a corporate real estate part of their books, they actually backed by completed real estate. So it's a sign of more developed market, I'd say. So we entering, we already entered, we have entered this stage like a new development of the real estate market. Of course, this conflict could undermine everything, right? And spillovers could be different, depends on the length of this conflict. But all I'm saying that banks have strong cautions facing these potential risks.
I mean, it's unfair to ask you to speculate in that way, but it's interesting to hear your thoughts on the historical aspect. If you're covering this region for 15 years, it's interesting to understand that. Could you characterize the resilience, because that's the word at the moment. Everybody's using it, we're all using it, with good reason in most instances. But how resilient do you see the UAE banking sector compared to previous periods of stress? I mean, COVID comes to mind, the financial crash of 2008. How do you view that?
To be honest, Tim, I think currently the banking system is in the best shape, historically.
Okay.
We look, digging a bit into our sort of like methodology, what we do for ratings, for standalone ratings. We have, as a starting point for all ratings, standalone ratings with our support, we have so-called operating environment score. And in the UAE, we upgraded that to BBB+ 2 years ago. And currently, because we consider UAE as emerging market, and BBB+ is the highest possible operating environment score for across the globe.
Right.
For emerging market banking system. There are a few other examples. KSA is the closest peer. It's also have BBB+ Saudi Arabia. So this actually underlines, strengths of the banking system, and it's a much better position than it used to be 15 years ago prior to the COVID. Regulation has strengthened, as I mentioned, and also financial metrics actually improved a lot. Asset quality, like impaired loans ratio, 3%. It's a historical lowest ratio we ever had for the UAE banking system. Of course, there are some banks with bigger problems. It's some of medium size or smaller banks. But if we speak about big guys like FAP, NBD, others, right? ADCB, DIB, they're in good shape. Their profitability metrics are strong. Their pre-impairment profit, which is actually the caution against potential asset quality deterioration. Because if you think about stress case again, right? So, and if there is a pressure on asset quality, this will result in uptick in impairment charges, and impairment charges will consume your pre-impairment profit. And if a bank pre-impairment profit is not enough to cover this uptick, it will hit capital. And capital is the main thing from our perspective because it's like a safety cushion, and it's like a banking business model. It's a cushion against potential losses. So having stronger pre-impairment profits, having strong asset quality metrics banks entering this potential stress case crisis scenario is in good shape.
I mean, anecdotally, we all know that because we feel that because living here for the last few years, my metric is, and I know this is very simplistic, my metric has been traffic. In the last few years, it's a reasonable indicator.
Not in the last month, but
not in the last month, but it has been. I know it's not the way you look at it, but that's a personal methodology. Yeah. The other thing that you point out in most cases, and this is a really important point to make, I think. Here's the quote: "We view the UAE or Abu Dhabi authorities as the ultimate providers of what you term extraordinary support," and that's a key point to notice, isn't it?
Absolutely. So all ratings which you have for UAE banks are driven by potential support from UAE and Abu Dhabi in particular.
Yeah.
Because Abu Dhabi has a lot of sovereign assets and deep pockets in the end, right? So, and based on our previous experience, authorities have provided support when banks needed them. We even had cases, I think one case 2 years ago around that, when authorities helped to one of troubled banks to resolve like a legacy story with Lebanon and exposure to Lebanon, without going into deeper detail. But even like 2 years ago, when one troubled bank, small bank with like less than 1% market share, needed support, authorities stepped in and provided capital supporting the bank. Okay. So there is a track record, and we assume that will remain the case.
Yeah.
So it actually gives a confidence to the market. So,
do you know, and that's such an important thing to consider. We were talking just before we came on air, actually, and kind of agreeing with one another, which is nice because that doesn't always happen. But confidence is such a key point in the banking system, in any sector, to be fair, but particularly at the moment because investor sentiment is driven by confidence in the markets. And if there's a time where you need a bit of confidence, it's when there's tension.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uncertainty.
Absolutely.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about this, it's widely been reported that the central bank has shown huge support to the market, something like 30 billion dirhams worth of support, and it's through the emergency liquidity assistance facility. Another, I guess, for you guys, as kind of a strong sign of precautionary strength.
Absolutely, that's the case. So as I said, the near-term risk is actually related to liquidity, and that's why we monitor this on a daily basis. And thank you to the central bank, data transparency is great. So we can see what's the liquidity conditions in the banking sector on a daily basis, judging by how much cash banks keep in accounts with the central bank. So this facility, which they provided last week, so from one perspective, this could be considered that some banks needed that. It means that some banks actually experienced some outflows of deposits, and therefore they needed this facility to cover these outflows.
Sure.
This facility by itself is not a big deal, right? So 30 billion dirham, it's minor relative to the total size of the banking system. So, but the good thing that authorities demonstrated, the central bank has demonstrated, it's ready to step in and support banks if needed.
Yeah.
I think for now, we both live in Dubai. I covered banks in other countries when they went through crises. And based on my experience, I've seen queues next to ATMs when something similar has happened in another country. We don't see the same here. So there is no panic on the market for now. Again, we're thinking about stress case. We haven't had any negative rating actions up to date because we're still saying that we are in a base case scenario. We expect a resolution. This could change, right? So if pressure persists and longer than we anticipate this. But yeah, liquidity is supported by the central bank. And also 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, the central bank has published press release saying that it's ready to step in and provide support to banks if needed. Yeah. And this is backed by a huge bulk of assets they have on their balance sheet. It's around 1 trillion dirham. So you mentioned 30 billion, right?
Well, I heard that, and I wondered if I was just hearing that, because when you go from 1 billion to 1 trillion, that's a jump. And I wasn't sure, I don't want to be here talking about so-called fake news, but I have
No,
heard
it's true.
that.
It's true.
It is true, yeah.
It's true. They've announced that. The main sort of idea of this press release is more like they haven't mentioned any particular instruments for now. They mentioned release of some like reserve requirements for deposits. That's fine. But on top of that, I think the most important message of this press release, of this announcement by the central bank, is that they're ready to provide support, and the ability to provide support is actually very strong, backed by this huge amount of assets they have. If you just compare these assets to total deposits which banks have in the banking system currently, it's more than 30%. So it's a huge ability to support banks if needed.
It makes you feel a bit better, a bit steadier, doesn't it? That's for sure. Despite the stress tests, you say that, and I'd like you to run through this and explain this if you would, that issuer default ratings, what you call IDRs, for UAE banks remain support-driven. So at the end of the day, that means that sovereign wealth is really the ultimate guarantee. Am I right the way I'm reading this?
It's absolutely right.
Right. Okay.
So actually, we link between sovereign rating and banks ratings. Yeah. So sovereign ratings, it's a different team, different model, and different criteria for that. But we use their outcome, and it's public. It's AA minus for the UAE. And we use as an anchor rating when we derive government support rating for banks. Because there are two aspects which we're considering: ability, as we just talked about. The central bank, for example, right? So its ability is strong, and on top of that, central bank is backed by Abu Dhabi government with all these strong reserves they have in their pockets. And second is propensity. So we combine this together. So with such a high ratings, driven by support, we're saying that propensity and ability is here. Both of them are here. And we don't see this changing unless there is a rating action on the sovereign, which will be mirrored in the rating action on banks.
Sure.
Because they link to each other. If for example, I think it's public, so it's definitely public. That's why I can share with you. Qatar sovereign rating has been put on rating watch negative last week, and we do the same for banks, following the same logic. Because linkage is the same. So if it happens with the UAE, we'll do the same for banks.
Okay, I'm getting a picture of how it works. I mean, we've mentioned investor sentiment just very briefly, but the UAE has long been a safe haven for capital. I'm wondering about your thoughts. And this is it's an uncertain time. It's a more volatile time. In terms of the perception of risk, that's a tough one. At the moment, that jumps between personalities. But how do you view investor sentiment from within, if you like, and from without as well?
Yeah, you're right. I think it's confidence/sentiment is very important for the UAE, and particularly Dubai, because if we start speaking about real estate as a point of discussion, and we think again, we're not number one experts in real estate. We focus on banks, but because real estate is part of banks' exposure, we go deeper, right? We think that prices, there are two main cost, components or aspects why prices increased such tremendously, 60% before the conflicts in the COVID. Obviously, residents are growing. Population is growing, but at the same time, the second, and I cannot sort of rank these two aspects, but appetite from investors abroad, from foreign investors, which considering Dubai and UAE as safety haven for investments, is also crucial. So these two aspects, they go together.
They do.
So if we think about a risk of population drop because people decide to leave if they want to, if there is escalation, prolongation, or whatever stress scenario, then this will put pressure on one side. And sentiment is more important, or sort of like a belief in Dubai and in the UAE as a safety jurisdiction for savings is related to investors. I think based on what we see in public, some investors start panic, I think. Again, probably it's not the best decision what you can do when, it's a stress circumstances, right? And some could consider that as a potential buy opportunity, by the way, right?
For sure.
Of course, it's hard to say when it's the right time to buy or to sell, but you're absolutely right. Perception is very important, and belief in Dubai as a good jurisdiction to be located in, or to do business in, or just to save your your money for later on. Both of the aspects are very important, I think.
They are. I mean, the fundamentals haven't changed. It's just interesting to get your perspective. I know we went a little bit away from real estate there for a while, but I've enjoyed talking to you. Anton Lobtin is a senior director at Fitch Ratings. Lots more reports to come. Hopefully we can welcome you back. But for now, thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much, Ken.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Good afternoon, it's 12 p.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, has arrived in Beijing on an official visit to China. The trip aims to strengthen bilateral ties and expand cooperation across key sectors. The visit reflects the shared commitment of the UAE and China to deepen their strategic partnership. It also focuses on boosting investment and economic cooperation. South Korea plans to expand its free trade agreement network into emerging markets, including Latin America and Africa, to diversify supply chains. Finance Minister Koo Yoon-chol said the move is aimed at supporting export growth and strengthening economic resilience. He noted that global trade is shifting due to weaker multilateral rules and rising competition among major economies. According to Yonhap news agency, the strategy will also target regions such as the Southeast Asia. China's export growth likely slowed in March as global demand weakens and energy costs rise. Tensions in the Middle East have also added pressure on markets. Exports are expected to have risen about 9% compared to last year, according to a Reuters poll. This is much slower than earlier in the year. Disruptions linked to the Strait of Hormuz have raised concerns about oil and shipping flows. AI-related tech exports are still helping China, but higher fuel and transport costs are starting to slow demand. U.S. President Donald Trump said that oil and gasoline prices may remain high through November's midterm elections. He called it a possible short-term effect of the conflict with Iran. Speaking to Fox News, he said prices could stay around the same or slightly higher. He also highlighted that fuel costs have already risen in recent weeks across the U.S. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our X and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.